Should be live in the land of the living. Alright. Quickly run and grab a water. So voice doesn't hopefully expire. Hey chat, apologies that we are running a bit late. I probably shouldn't have stayed up until 2 a.m. last night streaming, but we were on the late night grind, so starting it off a little late today. Right, but we do have a heck of a treat today. Um, we got Magnus Carlsen going up against Gukesh Dommaraju. Alright, the former 5-time world chess champion versus the current world chess champion. Should be a doozy of a day, baby. Let's see how they open the game. D4, knight f6. Oh, I believe I can turn on piece animations as well for this event, since I'm not actually playing. Knight to c3 has become very popular as a line lately. This is pretty standard, but I'm not used to seeing bishop g4 immediately. They exchange a pair of light square bishops. Magnus captures with the c knight so they can play c3. A little bit of maneuvering here, right? A lot of times it makes more sense to capture with this knight because it's faster, but in these kinds of closed positions where the pawn structure's already been established kind of early on, um, you don't have to prioritize development nearly as quickly. It's more about putting your pieces on the right squares than developing them quickly. A lot of times when you have a knight on one of these 4 squares that I'm highlighting, a standard idea of playing against that knight is pushing one of your wing pawns up to kick it from the square. Although obviously I don't think that's in the cards here, at least not immediately, because you don't want to weaken your kingside pawns. But it could be something you go for down the line. Happy birthday, Zod. This general has arrived. The streets rejoice. Alpha Womana think you're a cheater? Or Alpha Womana think you're a chester? It is right? Are you asking me a question? Or making a statement? I don't think, appreciate the popular vote, Berserk. I don't think this position is that unorthodox. It looks pretty imbalanced. Apparently, Stockfish favors black ever so slightly. I assume that's the reason is that the biggest problems for black in these structures is like, what are you going to do with your light square bishop? But he's already taken care of that, right? That's why we had bishop g4 here. Sometimes if the light square bishop gets outside of the pawn chain in these kinds of setups, then there can be issues. But for black, for example, if you go bishop f5 eventually. Very weird looking analysis board, alright, but just bear with me for a second here. And eventually this bishop would be eliminated. Obviously it's not a winning advantage, but it's something for Magnus Carlsen to play for, and you don't want to give Magnus Carlsen the ability to play for anything. So here the only problem in black's pawn structure, or the only problem in black's position is, there really isn't one. You could argue the d6 squares and c7 squares are a little weak. Do you know Alpha Nomana? She is in live right now talking about you. This live? It is indeed live, happening in Norway. It is the Norway Chess 2025 event. I saw the video of uh Mana. She put it out after our game on stream. She's like, this guy beats grandmasters over the board, and he blundered a pawn. Or she said he beats grandmasters, and I was like, oh, that's some sick praise. And then she was like, makes me a little sus, and I was like, that's even cooler praise. And then she pulled up a random game of me playing against a candidate master, and it had a game review rating of 3100, and she was like, this seems a little sus. And it's a bullet game, so the game review ratings get inflated by like 400 points. Um, but in my eyes, it just sounded like some crazy praise. Why is the time that long? This is a classical over-the-board tournament event. All games are in tournament play are going to have this kind of time control. That's the biggest difference between over-the-board chess tournaments and online chess. You have way, way, way more time to think, which leads to far, far, far higher quality level of games. Um, but also it means you have to watch your step, right? After queen to e2, Magnus has announced he can castle either way here. I'd be shocked if he castled queenside, but he does have 9 points of material already loaded up on the king side, and I guess he could start something with h4 very, very quickly. But on the flip side, I don't know if going anywhere for Gukesh makes sense at the moment. If you go knight d7 trying to reroute everything, Magnus can just ignore everything and play h4, and I guess this is his idea. So Gukesh has to weigh the options of, is he going to castle queenside? Is he going to just play h4 and keep his king in the center? And if he is going to do these things, how do I strike back? Now, whenever your opponent launches an attack on the wings of a chessboard, I would say, hmm, excuse me, ay, 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 need some water. Being accused of cheating when you're not is the highest praise one can receive. This is true. Of course, if you are cheating, then it's like, but if you're not, then it's like the coolest compliment another chess player can give you. Um, Whenever you have someone attacking on the wings of the chessboard, say the king side or queen side, right, you can split the chessboard up into three different sections. You have the king side, the center of the chessboard, and the queen side. So if someone's launching an attack on the wings, be it the queen or king side, I would say first thing you do is see if you can launch a faster attack on the wings, right? If your attack is faster, maybe there's some merit to it. But if you can't launch a faster attack on the opposite wing, then the easiest way of developing play is by playing against the center of the board. So if your opponent's going for wing attack, let's say on the king side, knight to d7, to try and eventually play for e5. You're like h4, rook e8, and you're trying to keep piling up pressure. h5. I assume bishop. You have to go h6 first, and then bishop f8 down the line. You try and play for e5. This is the first considerable game of the, or think of the game for Gukesh, which seems to imply that he's been pretty comfortable in his theory up to this point. This is his first like conscientious think of the game. So while Gukesh is in his first think, I'm going to go ahead and check out some of the other games in round one. We have the Americans going at it against each other. Hikaru Nakamura going up against Fabiano Caruana. What's up, Zod? I follow you on TikTok a lot. Love your content. I appreciate that, Sammy. Shout out, baby. We're also live on Twitch over at General Zod Chess if you guys want to check out the stream with the wider view. Queen's Pawn opening here. This is very, 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 very dry. I don't like these openings. Bishop takes on f3. That could be a little interesting though. Pawn e6, and already Fabi has the bishop pair. But again, in these kinds of setups and structures, similar to the Magnus Carlsen game, right? A lot of times with these queen pawn structures, one of the biggest problems for black is what is he going to do with this light square bishop? If you just continue the game normally and play e6 here, right? White has already managed to get his bishop outside of the pawn chain, and um, if you try to keep up with black or white in his development, and you fall prey to knight b5, and there could be potential forks down the road. So a6 is necessary first, bishop to g4, and now in exchange for getting the light square bishop out of the position nice and early, Hikaru does give Fabi the bishop pair here, but the problems in his position have been solved, right? When you start a chess game, when you're playing an opening, it is very helpful, and I think in a lot of instances almost necessary that you view the board as there's a lot of problems on the board, right? And before you can try and win the game, you need to make sure all the problems are addressed. So Hikaru has solved all the problems in his position, or solved one of the major long-term problems, where the light square bishop is going to go. And now you can see before he tries to win the chess game, there's a couple more problems in his position that he needs to solve. Castle the king, protect the center of the chessboard, right? And same with Fabi, finish development, connect the rooks, castle. So before the players can go about actually trying to win the game, development, those steps must be taken first. Fabi wants to go ahead and hold on to the bishop pair here. If he had captured on d6, then eventually Hikaru would get the e5 push and the game would be quite stale. After castles and castles, rook to c1, h6, Fabi keeping the bishop pair here at all costs, doesn't want to let Hikaru trade it off if he can help it. Hikaru is insisting, and this is a lot of times what you'll see in chess. I would say it's quite common at like the 1500-ish level, where you might have a good idea for the position. Here, Hikaru realizes that if he lets Fabi keep the bishop pair here, long term it's going to be a nice edge for Fabiano. So he asks to trade the bishop off, and Fabiano also realizes that if he can keep the bishop pair, he's going to be much better long term. So he doesn't let Hikaru trade, and instead of abandoning his original idea and trying to find a different idea, right? Hikaru says, no, I'm going to insist that I want the bishops traded off because I know it's right in principle for me, so I'm not going to abandon the idea. I'm just going to find other ways to accomplish it, right? So we see Hikaru insist that the dark square bishops come off the chessboard. No way for Fabiano to do anything about it. And I should also throw in that you can make these kind of maneuvering plays when the pawn structure in the chessboard is kind of locked up like this. You don't have to worry about things being opened up too much. And now we have the current position on the board. After knight to d6, Fabiano puts his knight on the rim of the board, right? Knight on the rim is dim. Its chances are slim. We say that because the knights on the edge of a chessboard only control 4 squares. So it's kind of like uh, it's it's kind of like a super powerful pawn in a sense, right? For like 2 pawns, I guess. 2 pawns control 4 squares as well. But it's alright to put your knight on the edge of the board if you plan on boomeranging it back higher up, right? The knight was here, you can't go knight c3 to c5 in one move, so it's okay to put your knight on the edge of the board if you plan on rerouting the horsey back into the position, but it's you need to be sure that you don't leave him there on the edge of the board too long, right? So after knight to a4, knight to d6, I don't think that this position is too double-edged. If I had to play a side here, Fabiano's position still looks a little easier to play, and maybe with this light square bishop I might be able to cause issues long-term in the future. If this game broils down to an endgame, you do have a lot of pawns on light squares here, so maybe the light square bishop would be able to get to them. But the thing about when I was younger growing up playing chess, I was taught that if my opponent has a bishop of one color, I should always put my pawns on the opposite color of that bishop, kind of like these pawns here, because the biggest weakness of the bishop in chess is that he can only attack one color. So if you have a bishop that can only attack one color on the board, it can never directly attack pawns on the opposite color. So one of the easiest ways to play against that bishop is to put your pawns on the opposite color. However, if you place your pawns on the same color as the bishop, this is also potentially an effective measure. Because if pawns are on the same color as the bishop, then theoretically, if the bishop gets behind them, like this pathway, right? Oops. Then theoretically they can be proven weak. But if the bishop can't get behind them, then the pawns on the same color as the bishop are cutting off squares that the bishop might be able to access, right? So they do a good job of kind of stifling the bishop's effectiveness if they're on the same color square. Um, Whether or not it'll be anything long term that Fabiano can prove as a decisive advantage, I'm not sure. It's still just round one, so I'm not sure all the players are all out, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Busting the chops. Appreciate the follow, Max Belt. What does it take for an 1800 elo to gain more elo? I would say study of the in-game, learning to improve your calculation as you go as well is a huge, huge part of it. Ugh, I actually have a book on calculation. Okay, these are the 8 calculation techniques. First off, you have candidate moves. This is the art of seeing before you think. We all notice 2 or 3 ideas in any position in the first 3 seconds, but we are not guaranteed that they are the best ones. If we train ourselves to look for additional ideas, then we will end with a list of interesting moves, which would make sense to calculate. This process of looking for moves and ideas is called candidate moves, and after you've compiled your ideas, you make a quick check of each of them. The ideas from one line are highly likely to be useful in another line. It will also help you choose a sensible order in which to calculate them. I like that part on candidate moves and um, what other. Um, Obviously, I think at the 1800 level, the idea of calculating, you learn to calculate forcing moves first. I think that's already pretty ingrained in most people, right? What am I trying to achieve? And then what is important in those positions? I think those are probably the 3 most important things that you have to start training your chess eyes to see at that level of the game. Appreciate the 9GG's Charlie Sewell. This is the book Calculation, by the way, for anyone wondering what it was. Great book. It's basically a puzzle book uh, to help you improve your calculation. Is chess your favorite sport or game? Um, Chess or hockey. Happy birthday, Zod. It is indeed my birthday. Definitely not 4 months away. So with the Wei Yi versus Arjun Erigaisi game, we got the French defense by Arjun. Hate to go back. I got distracted yapping. I thought we had the French defense, but I wasn't completely sure. Um, and after all these exchanges, C4. I've seen this before, but it makes no sense to me. D4 just looks terrifying. Why can you not? Why is D4 not? I guess you can play it, but it's not great for black for some reason. Okay. Alright. I don't even know what just happened. This looks great for Wei Yi. How is this position equal? Is this backward pawn on C6 not just a uh, permanent weakness in black's position? Oh, if I go rook C1, you have C5 maybe? No, I gotta see this. What do you do after rook C1? Rook C1, you can go C5, but apparently queen F4 is even better. You hit the knight, there's a pin on the E4 pawn as well, and then after, or if the knight moves, you capture E4. So I guess the position's pretty equal and pretty balanced. Let's go check out the Magnus versus Gukesh game. This is still the main game of the day. Very, isn't that the same shirt from last night? Why are you paying attention to another man's clothing? That's more suspect to me. Right? I was live like 8 hours ago. I don't know what you want from me. Appreciate the 10 GGs, Mono, and the 5 roses. Shout out. And the heart me. And another 4 GGs. Appreciate the 9 GGs, Charlie. Shout out. People underestimate Wei Yi. His calculation is up there with the likes of Gukesh. That's an interesting take. I feel like Wei Yi under pressure is probably a little more comfortable than Wei Yi or than Gukesh. Like Gukesh is pure calculation, almost like a young Fischer or Kasparov. Whereas I feel like Wei Yi will lean on his intuition if need be. This is a huge decision for Magnus. You could castle either way. Although I assume castling queenside is yeah. I think castling queenside is kind of a dicey decision. The problem if you were to castle queenside here is you have uh, all these minor pieces already locked and loaded on the king side, so it looks like you're pretty quick with an attack. But the reason that we castle our kings out of the center is because these pawns that in front of the king on the wings of the board usually haven't moved yet, but with white already having played c3 and the f3, g3, and f4 pieces blocking white's pawns from advancing, you need to advance your pawns if kings are castled on opposite sides of the board because you have to rip away at the protection of your enemy's monarch, right? So with these pawns in the way, black is going to be very fast and has like c4. Now he's got b5, a5, and b4 coming up, and that's going to be a lot faster than whatever white can drum up here, right? You can go h4, but because this knight is in the way, there's no easy way to go g4, and there's no quick way to get your knight out of harm's way, like h4, queen a5, king b1, I assume b5, and then I'm not sure how white gets their attack going. Like you would need to play like knight gf1 and like g4, g5, but that's just too slow. So I doubt Magnus is going to castle queenside here. He could castle kingside, and then it's kind of like well, I don't really know what advantage you can claim or try to claim after you just castle, right? The position is very symmetrical, and um, there's no apparent or inherent weakness in the black position. You could capture on d4, but again, Gukesh probably going with this knight, rerouting, going after the e5 square, not letting Magnus get any permanent residence in his territory or in his position. And then you try and break open the center of the board with e4. And you don't want to leave this pawn on e4 for Magnus to potentially play e5 down the road, or let's say like, let's say you just waste a move. After you capture, this pawn on e6 is no longer defending the f5 square, and knight f5 is going to be a really fruitful move for white in the position at some point. So the question Magnus has to come up with now is, how do I get any kind of advantage here? Gukesh is, in my opinion, I mean, keep in mind this means very little in the context of the who's going to win or lose the game. But up to this point, it looks like Gukesh has outdueled Magnus in the opening because Black has already equalized on move 10. We also see Magnus burning a lot of time here, which is very uncharacteristic. I think one of the greatest strengths of Magnus is that he's able to consistently, at every time control of the game, put his opponents in time pressure by playing quick, accurate moves rather than having to think and analyze everything because his intuition is so strong. Over an hour on the clock. Welcome to Over the Board Tournament Chess. Alright, who won? Well, I will be able to tell you in a couple hours when the game is over. You got any tips for food poisoning? Because I got it right now. Well, no. It's been a while since I've had it. See you, doctor. Did you start streaming? I started streaming in May of, or no, I started streaming in June 2023. I didn't really start streaming. I did it like on and off because that was my senior year of college. Um, so I did it like on and off until I graduated. And then in like June of 2024, the channel had like 15,000 followers, and we started, or sorry, it had like 28,000 followers, and we started streaming full time. And now we've grown to like 100,000 followers in a little less than a year. And then we started on Twitch, uh, I think in like December of 2024. We're pushing up to 6,000 followers on there. Zod, isn't that the same knee you had as last week? Doesn't feel like it. Alright. We can't see the accuracy anymore? Wait, did the accuracy disappear? If I was here, sub 1000. Hey, shout out, baby. Is this their first game? This is not the first game these two have ever played. Although I don't know their, what do you call it? Record against each other. Yeah, that is weird that the accuracy, I don't know why it shifted. Great. Oh, did I turn, gosh darn it, did I turn the, it didn't shift, I just turned it off. The whole time I thought I was going crazy. Oh! He goes Rook D1! Oh! Rook D1! Zod, isn't that the same hairstyle you had yesterday? Alright, Chad, you guys are about to be putting some permanent corners here. um, wait, why did that? Uh, where did my accuracy go? Oh, there you are. Very good, very good. Who you got? I mean, probably the best chess player of this era. But I don't know. Gukesh and his calculistic ways, they might he's played the opening brilliantly. I mean, he's already equalized his position. When you start the game with black, in your openings, you don't you don't look for wins necessarily. You don't look for a way to get a winning position out of the opening. You look for equalizing moves, which means white starts the game with a not necessarily an advantage. I think a lot of people look at it as white starts the game with an advantage, and that's not necessarily true. It's not that white starts the game as an advantage, it's that it's more like white starts the game on offense and black starts the game on defense. So before black can, go on the offensive, they first have to neutralize white's attack. And in chess, we call this equalizing. Um, and so before you can try to win a position, you have to learn what moves bring me up to speed with the white position so that they're no longer on offense, right? And there's different equalizing moves for different openings, and if your opponent blunders, then the position will sometimes automatically equalize and you don't have to worry about uh, equalizing, right? But assuming your opponent knows what they're doing within an opening or an opening system, it's up to you to have a couple moves in mind or a move that you want to eventually play for that equalizes the position. And here, Gukesh was able to equalize very early on here. The biggest problem, again, in these kinds of setups is the light square bishop, or one of the biggest problems, I should say, is the light square bishop and what black plans to do with it. Magnus allowed him to capture the light square bishop because he was able to reroute his knights and set his pawn structure up pretty quickly here. But also, knight to g3 by Magnus, I'm just now realizing a lot of times in these setups, uh, if you were to just castle here, for example, black can go knight h5 at some point down the line, and typically in chess, the imbalance of having a bishop and a knight is going to be better for that side than the imbalance of having two knights. The reason is knights in chess love outposts, a square in opponent's territory that can't be uprooted by a pawn, right? So if I had knight e5 and this f pawn didn't exist, e5 would be a gorgeous outpost, but there's usually only one really ideal outpost on the board, and knights will often fight over that same square. So two knights don't often work together as in tandem as well as a bishop and a knight. So knight g3, a dual purpose move by Magnus, keeping an eye on the e4 square, and h5, making sure that Gukesh can't centralize his knight or force off the bishop for the knight. And while Magnus' bishop is already active in developed into the position and Gukesh's looks passive, keep in mind this is technically classified as a good bishop in chess, because a good bishop is one that is outside the pawn chain, or sorry, on the opposite color of its own pawns, allowing it to move freely in the position. You have to remember that bishops are full screen pieces in chess. They don't necessarily need to be developed several times or moved high up into enemy territory like your knights do in order to be effective, right? That's literally the premise of the Fianchetto, the idea that you can develop your bishop all the way on one side of the board and have it hit something on the other side. When bishops are too far out into the position, sometimes they can be subject to attacks or threats. I don't think g5 here is ever a move, by the way. I was talking about how the imbalance of two knights would probably be slightly worse than the imbalance of a bishop and a knight, but after g5 you go bishop to e5, and if black were to take this, then you capture back with a knight, and white is better here because black has sacrificed the safety of his king. At this level of the game, one of the most important factors of determining who's going to win or who's going to lose a game is who's going to have the safer king as the game plays out. At this level, a safe king, or any time you move any pawn or something in front of your king, it calls into question the safety of the king potentially over a long period of time. There's nothing wrong with the move h6 here, but generally the side with the safer king is going to be the one that over a long period of time is proved victorious. Gukesh is finally in the think tank here. We'll go ahead and pop over, see what's going down with Hikaru and Fabiano. We only have a couple moves that have been played here. I left this position after Hikaru rerouted his knight over to d6, and again, it's a very safe and solid setup. I think both, or not both, but all three games here, no player is really being that experimental in round one. They're more still just feeling each other out, right? Although it's none of these players' first meetings, but after knight to c5, right, you don't want to leave your knight on the edge of the board too long where it's ineffective, so Fabiano reroutes his knight to this really nice outpost for the horsey on c5. If you were to try and kick the knight with b6, it loses the game on the spot because Fabiano would have this brilliant knight takes e6 sacrifice with the fork and the mate threat on g7, so you take the knight. Then I just capture the knight here, and Hikaru would be down a pawn for no reason, really, right? There isn't much to for either side to bring home here. So after knight to c5 from Fabiano, then we have rook to c8, protecting the knight so that that tactic is no longer a thing, and maybe down the line Hikaru can play b6. Obviously not immediately, you don't want the h6 pawn hanging, but it could be a point down the line, and we see Fabiano just trying to strengthen that knight's support and control over c5, a3, preparing on the next move pawn to b4, and now Hikaru has some questions he wants to, or questions he needs to answer. Does he want to continue playing on the queen side of the board here, trying to match Fabiano's energy? Does he want to shift the battle of the board to the center here, right? Play for the center of the board, mostly this e5 square, or does he want to shift it over to the king side and reroute his pieces? So queen e7 is an option, lifting the queen, connecting the rooks. Fabiano could continue playing b4. He could double up the rooks on the file, rook to c2, preparing to get another rook on the c file, trying to pressure the c6 square. But I think Hikaru should be a-okay here. I don't think you can go b6, because again, there's always knight e6. Apparently, knight a4 is also winning because you're attacking both things at once here. But you can go knight a7. And now everything is completely protected in Hikaru's position. It looks a little awkward, right? If you were to just look at this position at first glance, it looks like white's way better. He looks way more active. A lot of his pieces are pointed at the black king side. This knight looks very bad. This knight doesn't look bad, but it's not an offensive threat, you know. Everything looks very passive for black. But the problem is, even though things look passive, there's no weakness in black's position that you can exploit. This pawn looks weak at first glance, but then you realize it's on a dark square and no piece except for the white knight can ever attack it with knight b3, although that's easily stopped with like b6. There's no weaknesses on the king side for white to exploit. You know, if he could magically play queen g6, right, that would be quite nice. Which is, by the way, this is also yet another reason why when you're starting out at chess, we teach you never to push the f-pawn, because it opens up weaknesses around your king. It opens up forks on e6. It's just a lot of hassle and usually never a good move. Right? Shut up in Feingold, never play pawn f6. And then the last game of the day, we have Wei Yi going up against Arju Narigaisi. This one to me already seems like the most decisive, or the most, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, predictable outcome, I guess. I think this one is headed to a draw. This, I don't see how either side's going to make progress here. You take, and then if this was me playing, I would probably just absentmindedly take on c6, but the computer suggests rook to e1 first, which, after I think about it, it makes more sense. This pawn on c6 isn't really a threat. You want to go after the centralized pawn more here in the position, and, oh, our boy Stockfish wants rook a to beat. I was thinking rook to d2. Or apparently you can go rook to d2 as well, but rook a to b8 is ever so slightly better. It looks like all roads, they don't quite lead to Rome. All roads lead to Roman candles, maybe. Like, it's it's not very exciting. So I don't know if it's leading to fireworks. Um, this position seems very dry. This one's already locked up. And then Hikaru versus Fabiano. Hikaru is just playing very, very safely right now. I mean, very safe, very solid. Meanwhile, the most interesting game of the day so far, which, you know, I'm not complaining about it because it's also the highest profile game of the day, right? The former five-time world chess champion going up against the current world chess champion. And to me, from the looks of it, I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think Gukesh is interested in playing for a draw here. It looks like he's fighting to beat Magnus Carlsen. Why are you not a grandmaster? Uh, I was busy doing other side quests. I was like a mascot for a little bit. I was playing hockey. I was getting my degree in college. You know, there were a couple side quests going on. And uh, I have a long, long ways to go before I'm at that level. What sort of concentration is needed for that? A massive amount of concentration. A very, very massive amount of concentration. After you finish playing games at this, I mean, at least for me, after I finish playing like these 2 hour per side time controlled games, it'll often feel like you just like finished a boxing match, but a mental boxing match. You're like, oh, what just happened? Is this over the board? It is indeed over the board live. This is Norway Chess 2025 six-player event with the participants being Gukesh Dommaraju, Magnus Carlsen, Wei Yi, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and Arju Narigaisi. Think Magnus will become world champion again if he gets back to world championship? He's not going back to world championship. He's not going back. He's said so many times that he's not going back and playing, um, unless they change the format. Appreciate the follow, HLP. Shout out. He has no interest in playing the World Chess Championship, and at this point, I've seen him say that and repeat and regurgitate it so many times on the internet that I don't want to, like, I don't know, from my very small corner of the world, push forward the narrative that he might come back. The man doesn't want to play the World Championship, so why though? Hmm. Basically, I mean, there's a couple reasons for it. Um, the format for the World Chess Championship is exhausting. And basically, if you're going to play in the World Chess Champ, it's the biggest chess event of the year. So it's the one that matters, obviously way more than any others. And at this level of the game, a lot of the work put in to win comes with staying up for hours and hours and hours and studying games that you and your opponents have played and coming up with little twists and turns in the middle of those games or at the very, very start of the games um, in your opening theory preparation. And if you're playing in the World Chess Championship, a lot of times, if you're playing in events outside of the championship leading up to the championship later that year, then you have to quote unquote hold back or not use your uh, best ideas or greatest strategies because if you use them there, then you lose the element of surprise. And so your opponent will have studied it. So I think part of it is that reason where you kind of have to uh, hold yourself back in other events in some regard. Part of it is the format of the World Chess Championship, which is just a very, very, very exhausting grind and um, very draining on you, right? You have to spend so much time preparing for the World Chess Championship. You get less time to spend on other events. And the biggest reason to play in the World Chess Championship is to prove you're the best player on earth. And, I don't think anyone is questioning who the best player on earth is, so there's really no reason for Magnus to play in it. Oh, I should also mention the monetary prize, the World Chess Championship, is also significantly bigger than any other event. But Magnus doesn't need the money, so there's not much reason for him to play the event. I think when he was younger, he advocated for changing the format, and then he realized as he got older, like I can't be the one to change the world championship format. That doesn't make sense. So I'll just leave it there. I was watching Bortnick driving back from his tournament in Texas. He was going over every move in his games 10 plus hours after the tournament. He was driving the mind of a grandmaster. When you play over the board games, you are going to be able to remember and recall the games a lot better than you are going to be able to in online chess. Now, obviously, still being able to recite every move like that is insane, but you'll be shocked yourself how much more you're able to remember from your tournament games than like online games. What's a format? Use Google. Appreciate the follow A4, You think if he were, he could win? Magnus has won the World Chess Championship 5 times already, so that's part of the reason that he isn't participating in it. He doesn't really have anything left to prove. Is there a way to view your accuracy live as you make moves? I seem stuck at low 90%. Um, I have no idea what that comment means. Are you saying while you play the game, see how good your accuracy is? That would be cheating because you'd know if you made a good move or if your opponent made a good move. And if your accuracy is at 90%, that is also absurdly high. Um, and you have nothing to worry about, and you should probably be a master. Like If your accuracy is consistently like you can't look at the players playing at like 99% accuracy, right, and be like, ah. So if I want to get to these players' level, um, I need to go from playing 90% accuracy to 95% accuracy. If I'm playing against a Martin bot, the 400 elo bot, every single game of chess I play against him, I'm going to have 100% accuracy, you know? But if I play against the Magnus Carlsen bot, my accuracy is going to drop significantly. You don't want to pay too much attention to your accuracy, as a lot of how accurate a game is based on the quality of moves of your opponent, right? If my opponent gives me very simple moves that I don't have to spend too much time thinking about, then my accuracy is going to be very, very high. If my opponent's able to play very, very strong moves that take me a long time to figure out the meaning of them, then my accuracy is probably going to reflect that and be a little lower, you know? Appreciate you sharing the live Roiko shout out. Magnus should win 2 more times to be the true GOAT. Who's winning? At this point, no one's winning. If you if you were to equate this to a sports game, um, the players just finished the opening, so this is like the end of the first quarter in a basketball game, and or like uh, the end of the first quarter of like a football game. But I would say up to this point, um, it's not that maybe Gukesh is outscoring Magnus, but maybe outmaneuvering him, out energizing him. Now, I don't want to like make it seem like Magnus is already worse or anything, but up to this point, Gukesh has won the opening. I think if you were to ask which side they prefer out of the opening, Gukesh would be quite pleased with what's gone down because he's managed to trade off the light square bishops in the position, one of Black's biggest issues, and he's managed to stabilize his pawn structure. All right, if you can get this set up with Black here, this is like the dream position because there's no real weakness in the position for White to go after. Um, Rook to d1 immediately. Maybe Magnus wants to capture on c5 and push e4. So if you're Gukesh, after rook to d1, the weakest point in Magnus Carlsen's position, and a lot of times this is what you kind of train your chess eyes to look for, are targets in the position. Targets are usually undefended pawns or pawns that are weak. So the only two targets in the position right now are the pawn on g2 and the pawn on a2. There's no way for Black to attack this pawn, but you can attack the pawn on a2 with queen to a5, and it's not necessarily that you're threatening to win the game, but you're saying, hey, my queen on d8 was doing nothing, and it's on this same file as my opponent's rook, so not only do I move it off of that square, connecting my own rooks, getting it off of the d file, but now I'm also threatening one of your pawns, and it's not the threat, again, that's going to, Magnus Carlsen is not going to just drop a pawn, but it does slow him down. Um, he has to go ahead and play pawn to a3 here. I mean, he doesn't have to, but it would seem recommended. Zod, that alpha woman girl is raging on your live stream right now. Let her rage, let her rage. You can't control what people are gonna say about you. What am I supposed to do? Go over there and like kick her off her own stream? Like, people are always gonna say something about you. Sometimes it's gonna be good, sometimes it's gonna be bad. You just gotta do you and let people have their opinions. Let's go ahead and check the Hikaru game. Again, I think this Wei game is a draw. We'll still monitor it. Arjun, he can be a sneaky guy sometimes. All right, we gotta monitor this Arjun guy. He's a sneaky, sneaky guy. Ooh, knight takes e4. Knight takes e4. Um, we do see a5 from Hikaru, putting his pawn on a light square. So this game, I don't know about this one. This one, again, Hikaru, much like Gukesh, seems to have achieved the position he'd want out of the opening. I think I like Gukesh's opening a little more here because if you were to compare these two positions, um, at least Fabiano can claim he has an imbalance here. He's the only one on the board with a full screen minor piece, the light square bishop, and I think this light square bishop has some potential in the position. Um, Although its effectiveness might be mitigated because there's no actual weakness for it to attack. Like, it looks really cool. It's hitting a lot of squares, but uh, it's not like it's ever really threatening to capture any of these pawns. I mean, how is this bishop going to hit this b7 pawn? It's not. So, eh, this bishop looks good, but Hikaru's position very solid. He's managed to solidify it quite nicely. There's not really a spatial advantage for white either here. So I think he's doing very solid. And in this position, the imbalance of the minor pieces is the exact same, right? Gukesh and Magnus have the exact same minor pieces, two knights and a dark square bishop. And because of that, Magnus can't really claim an advantage one way or the other. He's still playing with the white pieces, so he had the first move, but Black's pawn structure, and I think his pieces are a little. I like the knight on f6 and c6 a little more than I like the knights on f3 and g3, because what is this knight on g3? Like, what is its goal for the future right now? We have to ask ourselves that question. What am I going to do with it? f5, h5, and e4 are all covered. It's not really clear to me at the moment how white's going to prove this knight useful unless you get the move pawn to e4, the central push. Any link for the tournament? I don't know if there's a link for it. You can just go to chess.com and then you just go to watch and you click on events, right? And then you just click on Norway chess right here, and just takes you to the games at the top of the page. And voila. We've got David R777 with the Prime subscription 4 months in a row. Shout out, baby. Have I missed much? We're still in the opening stage of the game. Gukesh has managed to outduel Magnus in the opening up to this point, and he's managed to equalize the position, but it's still kind of just a maneuvering battle. I don't necessarily think Magnus is worse in the position. I think Gukesh has just managed to equalize, and now we have a chess game. Are you in the tournament? I am not. There are only 6 players competing in the tournament. Do you see the accuracy percentage as the game is being played? I do indeed. That is what we have on the top of the screen. We also have a wider view of the stream on Twitch over General Zod Chess if you guys want to check it out with a wider view. After rook to d1, people were like, how is he thinking so long? How hasn't he moved? What is there to think about? You have to consider plenty of options, and if you have the time in these kinds of games, you have to use them. If you don't use your time, you're going to quickly get blown off the board, and this is one of the biggest differences between over-the-board chess and online chess. The quality of the games increases drastically, but it's also much, much harder to catch your opponent in a blunder because of the quality of play, and you have so much time to analyze what your opponent's doing. Who do you think will win? I'm not sure. At the moment, I mean, it's Magnus, so I'm not going to bet against Magnus. But at the moment, it does seem like Gukesh is fighting to try and prove he's better here. Now, if he'll actually be able to prove that, I'm not sure. The computer, of all lines, this is kind of odd to me. Queen a5, going after the pawn in a2. That makes sense to me. But then after pawn a3, the move that seems logical to me is a6, and then like eventually you want b5 and you try and attack the pawn chain. But the computer wants you to play a crazy looking move, queen to a6. And this is not a move I would ever look at. If you gave me 5 hours on the ticker, I would probably still not consider queen to a6. The idea is after you trade off the queens, which is a very anti-chess looking move because you double your own pawns here. And it's not only that you double your pawns, but you also capture away from the center, right? In chess, all pawns are worth 1 point, but the closer to the center of the board the pawn is, then usually the stronger it is considered to be. So when you capture away from the center, you're making your pawns weaker because they control less valuable space. The pawn's worth is basically derived from how much space it controls or how important the space that controls is. And the most important space in chess is the center of the chessboard, the four central squares, d5, d4, e4, and e5. So the further and further a pawn is away from them, typically the less and less valuable they are. That's why you typically want to capture towards the center. But I guess the argument here is, what is the argument here? You have open pressure on the b file, knight e2, and you go like, oh, this is just, I have no idea what this is. I have no idea what this world is supposed to be. This doesn't even look like a chess game to me. And then you go c4? What? What even is c4? Greetings from Vietnam. Shout out Vietnam, baby. We also got Science Dude with a Prime subscription over on Twitch. Shout out. Appreciate the support. In the Hikaru Fabiano game, I think Fabi is going to push for a win. I wouldn't be surprised if every game on day one results in a draw, but I'm still, I don't know, that Gukesh Magnus game, it kind of feels like both guys woke up ready to win a game of chess. It kind of feels like that one's going to have a winner. I think Wei Yi versus Arjun, in my opinion, never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say, in my opinion, this game is effectively a draw already. I was like, if you put me in here, I could probably draw this position. But then I remembered who these guys were, and I was like, even though there's very little way for either side to make progress, I think it's still possible. And again, Arjun is a sneaky, sneaky guy. Alright? He's a sneaky guy, Chad. I'm telling you. He's able to just like swindle these positions out of nowhere. Almost Magnus style, but he's a lot more aggressive than Magnus. Like, way more. But we'll see. How many games do the players play today? They only played one game today. Appreciate the follow. Elliot, shout out. Hikaru will win his game. Can't Hikaru sack the knight in his game on g6? Oops, this is you want Hikaru? Well, it's Hikaru's move. Wait, what? Don't you mean can't Fabiano sack the knight for the queen here? You want Fabiano to take on e6? I don't think that's a threat. I could be wrong. This knight on d6 is really nicely placed, but this knight on c6, it's kind of awkward. Hikaru's got to figure out somewhere to carry the pony. Can you play knight b8? Knight b8's a bit of a blunder, because then you can sack the knight here. And white gets 3 pawns in exchange for the minor piece, and apparently he has a slight edge here. Now, if you go knight e7, that shuts down everything. There's no queen g6 in the future. This is probably the safer move, right? Although, I don't know. Maybe if you're Hikaru, you can try knight b8 and try and goad Fabiano into sacrificing his knight on e6. It wouldn't surprise me if he tried it, but in my opinion, it would make a lot more sense to... Oh, we do see queen to a5 from Gukesh here. Now, this is an interesting decision time for Magnus. I don't think you gain anything from sacrificing the pawn on a2, right? You castle, but again, giving up pawns for a gain in time or to develop your position faster is only fruitful if there's something for you to do within that time period. Like you're aiming your pieces up for an attack, you're trying to take control of the center of the board, gain some valuable space, get your pieces to super powerful squares, but there's none of that in this position for white. All he can do is just continue trading pieces off, so I don't think it makes any sense for Magnus to hang the pawn. It's not that this pawn is super valuable, but there's nothing more valuable to go after in the position, basically. It's a very stable position where there isn't a lot of like super dangerous plans for either side. If you take on c5 here, what goes on? I think black can just ignore that and take on a2 anyway, and this pawn on c5 is pretty weak. Again, I don't know if it's like a losing thing, like you have b4, and again, if you go b4, the best move for black is this really odd, oh no, not queen a6, apologies, queen a3, going after the pawn on c3. I was about to say queen a6 again, that makes no sense to me, but queen a3 going after the pawn on c3, much more logical approach for the position. You can go a3 if you're Magnus, you can go, um, I mean, I guess you could go rook to a1, but there's no way, like there's literally no way he plays rook to a1 because that would just be a concession. You're saying I wasted time, right? I gave him a free move with his h6 move because rook d1, queen a5. Oh, wait, did Magnus? Yeah, he did just play the move pawn to a3, and we see it live on the board. Makes a lot of sense because why would you move your rook back to defend the pawn? Ignoring the pawn and allowing Gukesh to take it doesn't seem prosperous at all. So pawn a3, very logical. And now it's a big question of what is Gukesh going to do here. The human move and the human way to approach this position is to play either rook to c8 and go after the c file, or play pawn to a6 and start pressuring the queen side for pressure. That's the human way to play this position, right? Zod, please explain why they're playing an hour's game. It's over-the-board tournament event. This is the standard time control for every over-the-board tournament chess, or every chess tournament. When you're playing classical chess in over-the-board games, you always have a ridiculous amount of time. This is the kind of time controls that I grew up playing with as well. Appreciate the follow, Dr. Assam. Shout out. Your commentary is way better than the officials on YouTube. Shout out, General. Appreciate it, Charlotte. Harry. Appreciate the heart me and the you're awesome, Charlotte and Edwin. I don't think this game is going to be a draw. I could be wrong. It feels like both players are consistently fighting with their moves. And this could be a critical point of the game here. Like if I go a6 is black, um, and then if white just castles, I can't go b5 because it would be a blunder. You just take on c5 and black, oops, can't take back because of this fork. But you could go queen b5, and so that way, unlike the other variation, I can capture towards the center. But maybe after we take, I just take on d5, and now these two pawns are weak enough. It's not that black is worse here. These double b pawns aren't actually that easy to attack, but because I captured, or because white captured the pawn on c5, now there's no b4 break, and it's going to be very, very difficult to break through the position. The question is, does Gukesh want to go into an endgame against the world's greatest endgame player ever? We're also live on Twitch over General Zod Chess if you guys want to check out the stream with a wider view. Can you tell us how they're using their time in analysis, like making every move in their head? I mean, can you tell us how they're using their time in analysis? Are you asking me to tell you what another human being is thinking? They're considering moves and ideas in the position. I don't know what moves and ideas they're considering, right? I do my best to explain, but I don't know. Appreciate the follow, FRJ. Shout out. What's your YouTube channel, Zod? You can see it at the bottom of the screen. General Zod Chess is the YouTube and the Twitch. We got Bleed Black gifting a tier 1 community, tier 1 sub to the community over on Twitch. Shout out, baby. What's up, Merc? We're also live on Twitch over at General Zod Chess if you guys want to check out the stream with a wider view. He's really mad, Zod. You got either. She wants to play you over the board. After pawn to a3 by Magnus, I still expect Gukesh to play queen to a6. I mean, I don't know. My general take on people that could be cheating um, is almost always with the suspected person. If there's anything to it, in order to cheat, right, that means you're using a computer program. So the more time you have to use that computer program and the less time you have to use your own actual instincts and conscious thinking, then the better you'll be. So, because of that, with cheaters, you'll typically see their blitz and rapid ratings, their slower time controls, be significantly higher than their fast time controls, like bullet, right? And with me, I think my rapid is at the moment 2400. My blitz is also 2400, and then my bullet's like 2700. You know, it's the exact opposite. But again, everyone's like, Zod, you need to like say something or do something about it. In my opinion, it's like the coolest compliment she can give me. You know, if you aren't a cheater and another person accuses you of cheating, it's legitimately the coolest compliment you can get. So I ain't complaining. Did you put the accuracy back up? I always forget that it doesn't automatically flip. I don't think Gukesh is going to play Queen A6. That would be a crazy move. I mean, again, and maybe if you're the world chess champion, you know, that's a move. That's a move the world chess champion finds. Queen A6 would be crazy. Not even just because, again, it's a very anti-chess looking move. Why would you allow yourself to capture away from the center? Well, the reason is you want to open up the B file and put pressure on White's weakest target in the position, the B2 pawn. But again, it just looks so unnatural looking. And we have a much more natural looking move from Gukesh on the board, Rook F to D8. I like this a lot more for the position because after Rook F to D8, he at least is challenging Magnus for control of the D file. It makes a lot more human sense for the position than Queen A6, the top engine recommended move. Um, Again, you know, you don't want to. I mean, I wouldn't want to go into an endgame against Magnus unless I was like quite sure I had something to play for. How's Hikaru doing against Fabiano? The Hikaru Fabiano game is still pretty locked up. It's developed into the middle game, but it's still mostly a battle, or it's still mostly like the opening battle to try and prove for Fabiano that his light square bishop can be any kind of advantage here. If I was white in this game, I would probably go. I was just about to say the top the top engine recommended move is queen to d1. I was about to say if I was white, I would go knight to a4 and go after this b6 square, which is an alright move, but you know, ain't the top engine move. And Fabiano showing why he's Fabiano, playing queen to d1. A very odd looking move at first glance because why are you undeveloping your queen? And the simple reason for it is um, what is the queen doing over here, right? There is absolutely nothing for her to accomplish on this side of the chessboard. So with none of these squares really being fruitful after queen to e7 defending the e6 pawn, it's a lot easier to reroute the queen over to d1, bring her to the queen side, and have her cause mayhem on that side of the board. We'll see how Hikaru wants to react to that. In this game with Arjun versus Wei Yi, this game is still looking like a 1000% draw, but Arjun's going to press on. This is what I was talking about. Like, Arjun is a sneaky guy. He finds ways to press on and win games that, in a similar vein to Magnus, most chess players haven't seen before, but his style is a lot more gung-ho than Carlsen's is for the most part. So we haven't seen Arjun have the what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of the solidity or consistency of Magnus at the highest levels of the game. But I would argue outside of probably Ali Reza that no youngster was able to beat up as many like 2600 GMs on their pathway to becoming 2800. Zod, Alpha One has been saying she's cheating for 2 hours and she's never. I don't. Don't care. Appreciate the follow demand. Shout out. He wants to go after the pawn on a4, and the reason that this game could not be a draw is the dark square bishop on b4 does have a way to control the queening square for the pawn. The a pawn queens on a dark square. If the a pawn were to queen on a light square, I don't know. I feel like I could draw this position with my eyes closed. But because the a pawn queens on a dark square, theoretically speaking, this game isn't completely over. I mean, it is. It should be a draw. You go rook fc1, force one pair of rooks off the board, threaten back rank checkmate. Oh, um, capture on e4, capture on a4, and then um, I thought king f1 was good, but I guess the computer wants g3. You got to activate an escape square for your king, and then I think you just leave the position alone. You don't do anything. Rook to a2. You activate your rook with rook to c7, and I think white is going to be able to generate enough counterplay to where white or black has to defend, and by defending he isn't able to further advance his own pawn down the board here. So this game should be a draw, but again, Arjun is a sneaky guy. He's a sneaky guy. We're going to have to monitor it. We finally get an aggressive move in the game, h4 by Magnus, in the Gukesh versus Carlsen game. I love h4 as a concept because how else are you going to drum up any kind of counterplay in this position? And you know what the top recommended move for the computer is still is queen to a6, forcing off the attempting to force off the exchange of queens. Do you recommend studying Arjun for attacking? Who else in your opinion are excellent attackers? Arjun is a very, very, very gifted attacker. Um, think Arjun and Ali Reza from like today's modern, like this generation of players are two of my favorite aggressive players to watch, but their style of play is very dynamic, right? So if you want to mirror your style of play like they play, you have to learn how to once you get the attack, once your opponent gives you a way to get momentum going, you have to learn to never give it up. And that is, it's a style of play that like requires a lot of energy, I think, a lot of calculation as well. Um, if you want to look for some more classically trained attackers, I would argue Bobby Fischer, um, his entire career, especially when he would play lines of the Evans Gambit, um, one of the most aggressive styles of chess ever. Except, I would say, obviously the most infamous attacker is Mihail Tao. Um, but I would say probably the greatest attacker in chess history was like Gary Kasparov when he was still a teenager. Bro, a woman Canada Masters accusing you of cheating? Wait, who? Cares? What about Dubov? I really like Dubov's style of play. Um, I don't know if he's quite as dynamic as Arjun, but it was still quite, you know. I think I think Dubov is entertaining, or with his style of play. He has some games where you're like, he's like the Aronian class of player, where some of his games look like they're being played like a 400 elo player, like with the amount of costless abandon that they'll throw to the wind. Who was Kasparov? Who was Kasparov? was oh oh who was Kasparov? Oh my gosh. It genuinely bothers me that people don't know who Gary Chess is. And I don't mean if you don't follow chess, you get a pass for not knowing who Gary Kasparov is. You don't have to know everybody. But people don't know who Gary Kasparov was. First off, most people think he's Russian, right? They like most people like no one even knows what country the dude was actually from. But people don't know who Gary was. I um The greatest chess player of all time is one of the three of Fischer, Kasparov, or Magnus Carlsen. I typically like Magnus and Kasparov probably are above Fischer, but you can make the argument for Bobby at least, and no one would call you crazy. Um, but it is crazy to me that the world today as a whole just puts Magnus above Gary like it's nothing. Like you have no idea who Gary Kasparov was. None. None. Only Gary I know is from SpongeBob. Everyone knows who Gary is, even people who don't play chess. What makes Kasparov so good? Everything that we hail Magnus Carlsen for accomplishing in his chess career and making him the GOAT, um, Gary Kasparov did like 20, 30 years ago. You know? Like, if you name a Magnus Carlsen accomplishment, Gary did it 20 years ago. And if you're like, well, if they were to play straight up, Magnus would beat Gary. And I'm like, you sure about that? What do you think Magnus needs to accomplish to cement himself as the number one GOAT? Um, I would make the argument that it isn't like Magnus needs to accomplish anything to cement himself as the GOAT, right? I would argue that Gary Kasparov did enough to where you can't definitively just throw Magnus Carlsen on top. Like, okay, if Magnus Carlsen were to retire, right? And then someone else down the line were to come along, and this new chess player reached 2,900, right? The next generation would be like, this new player is now the next Magnus Carlsen. This new player is the new GOAT, right? And then you'd have a lot of you guys be like, no, 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 no. You don't understand how good Magnus Carlsen was. You have no idea how good Magnus was. This new guy is good, but he's not Magnus. And that's kind of what Gary was. I don't know that it's necessarily Magnus needs to do something to prove he was like better than Kasparov. His career has been, I mean, Magnus has been the best in the world for like the last 15 years. How do you be better than that? It's just that Gary was the exact same thing, you know, the exact same thing. Every accomplishment that we hail Magnus for being the GOAT for, Gary accomplished 20, 30 years ago. So it's not that Magnus needs to accomplish something or that one is definitively ahead or behind the other. It's just that both players, while they played, were so insanely dominant for so long at such a consistent manner that their accomplishments are basically untouchable. So anyone who comes along the and runs up similar accomplishments like, well, okay, you were the best in the world for 25 plus years. How do we judge one, like, how do you judge one best in the world for 25 plus years versus another best in the world for 25 plus years? It's very, very difficult. You know, appreciate the follow, Francisco Henrique 955. Shout out. Appreciate the follow, avatars. This is OTB or online. This is OTB, round one of Norway chess. Are you titled? You seem like a very strong player. I'm not titled. I stopped playing over the board chess when I was like 15, 16, because I started playing ice hockey across the country, and then I had to go to college. Graduated from college last year, and this summer I'm going to start grinding over the board events, hoping to get my first chess title. is this live? It is indeed live, happening over the board. The time control for the turn is 2 hours, 30 seconds added after every move. After knight to e5 by Magnus centralizing the knight, I'm not sure how Gukesh is going to break through on the queen side. I know it's perfectly safe and solid here, but as a human chess player who isn't, a super grandmaster, I I'm seeing some like turbulence in Black's position. Now, a computer is going to look at this and say there's nothing there. So, and the number one thing in chess is you can't be scared of the boogeyman. If Gukesh does not capture the knight on e5, then it looks like Magnus is going to continue to reroute it with knight to d3. And in the actual game after, knight to e5, Gukesh did indeed trade the knight. I expect Magnus to capture back with the bishop. This shouldn't, I highly doubt we're waiting more than like 20 seconds for him to capture back with the pawn. Although this is a nice example. Like when you have an hour, 4 minutes, and 55 seconds on the clock, even if you're 1000% sure about the move you want to make, there is no reason to rush yourself, haste makes mistakes, and that applies to all levels of the game, whether you're a super grandmaster or a new player starting out. One of the most common mistakes new players and beginners will make is that they don't use their time. They've run out of time in a game before, or they think because they see Hikaru playing and calculating 20 moves ahead and finding a best move very quickly, or finding a good move very quickly, they think the path to being better is just trying to find good moves faster, But you have to be willing to slow yourself down, use the time you have, and do your utmost to come up with a good move, and not being too. I think a lot of times people are too hard set into what they want to do. You'll start to look at a line, you'll calculate it, and then that line might not be great, or it might be good, but the old saying in chess, when you have a good move, look for an even better one, will always be applicable. Obviously, it's a little bit exaggerated in this game because the both sides have such a ridiculous amount of time, but even when you have like 10 minutes on your clock, you don't want to be playing so quickly that you potentially miss something. Let's go ahead and check out the Arjun versus Wei Yi game real quick. Wei Yi ended up playing g4 instead of g3, putting his pawn on a light square. I don't think that has any impact on the position. Oh, I did not mean to play bishop to d2, which is a blunder because you could take the rook, but this rook is hanging. I believe just rook takes e4 here. I'm not sure what there is for Wei Yi to think about. The time situation is also quite astounding for this game. We might have to pay attention to this game. Again, this should be a draw, but Arjun is a sneaky guy. All right, if you're that young and you're 2800, all right, you're able to come up with some absolute novelty ideas to keep chess games going that shouldn't be. And in the Fabiano versus Hikaru Nakamura game, again, we see Hikaru basically play this opening to perfection as far as not playing for a loss, right? He has eliminated every single problem in his position. Let's go through this game. Let me see if I can detail the problem. So, after pawn to d4, white has control over the center. So black immediately strikes back, alright, eliminates white's central control, white challenges black's central control, defends it, alright. Now we still have to solve the problem of development, even though we have now taken care of making sure there's no spatial overrun, right? So first we have to solve the problem of space, make sure we have a solid center. Hikaru solves that first and foremost, make sure he has a solid pawn structure. Now he starts solving the problem of development in his position, right? Knights before bishops typically, because the knights are short-range chess pieces, they take longer to develop in a position than a bishop. So if you're the defensive side trying to develop, typically you want to make your knights go first. If you're the offensive side, sometimes you can mix in a bishop as well as a knight before developing both of your knights. And now here, Black is still solving the development problems, but he makes sure to play the move pawn to a6 before advancing in the position further so that there's no knight b5 in the future. And now after knight to f3, Hikaru develops his light square bishop, which is another problem in the position here for black. If you play pawn to e6 before developing your bishop outside the pawn chain, it can be really awkward for this light square bishop to get out into the position. So after bishop g4 h3, Hikaru continues solving the problems in his position. Now, the problem in his position is that his opponent has a pair of bishops, and over a long, long period of time, if this game goes to an in-game, Fabiano will be not much better, but he'll have an edge because two bishops are basically a mini queen, being able to hit all four corners of the chessboard on both colors, right? If there's a pair of them, so you try and eliminate one color pair of bishops, and Hikaru solves that problem as well, right? So we see him just kind of solve problem after problem after problem in his position, and because he's doing such a good job of problem solving, now he's got this really, really safe and solid setup where it's going to be kind of difficult for Fabiano to prove any sort of long-term advantage here. b6, pawn, knight to a4 here, targeting the pawn on b6, and White's position is still fine, right? Because this light square bishop still has a lot of control over the position and good pressure on the c-file. But again, there's no real pressure on the black position outside of the pawn on b6. But you can just go pawn to b5. The knight goes to either c5 or c3, and there's no real weakness in the position for black here, right? You know, knight to c5, then knight to c4 could be annoying. So maybe you go knight to c3, pressuring this pawn. And the game is basically just like equal, right? Um, Wei is in the think tank here. We have to monitor this game closely. All right. Again, it should be a draw. It should be. But man, Arju. What are the differences in the six players' playstyles? I would say um, you have Gukesh, who is the current world chess champion, and I think Gukesh doesn't necessarily have a play style. He's a human calculator. He will look at a position and just calculate the best move. He will look as deep as he has to look, and it's not necessarily that his style of play demands one plan or the other. It is whatever the position demands from me, that is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to figure out what the position demands from me just by going over all the possible options in the position. And we kind of see this because his play in blitz and faster time controls isn't quite as strong, so he still has really strong intuition. Um, but it seems like he doesn't necessarily enjoy leaning on that intuition, right? Unless he sees it on the chessboard himself, he's not going to be uh, swayed. Whereas, like Magnus Carlsen, on the other hand, is a lot more willing to let his intuition or the feel for the position guide his aims or goals for the position. And the differences in those two play styles are that uh, if you calculate everything right, then there can be these little moves, these little hidden gems hidden within 3, 4 moves down the line that you might be able to use to glean an advantage, but doing so burns a lot of your time, and if you aren't able to find anything of substance, you can find yourself in complicated positions with not a lot of time to navigate them. And we saw this happen a couple times for Gukesh when he was playing the World Championship match against Ding Liren, but Ding was also suffering from much of the same problems, so he's never able to put too much of a dent in Gukesh from it. Hikaru's kind of a hybrid between Gukesh and Magnus, I would say. A hybrid of mix of calculation and intuition. I think Hikaru's um, typically more on the solidify, just make sure, as I was just talking about, like solve all the problems in my position, make sure there are no weaknesses, and then as the game goes on, trust himself to get the job done in the end game because he just has no weaknesses. Appreciate the follow, Joel Fontasilla, appreciate the follow. Sylvia Besso, shout out. How would you rate Nepo? He beat Kasparov 2 times. Nepo beat Kasparov twice after Kasparov retired. That's like saying, uh, I don't even know what it was saying. I don't. I mean, I feel like that's like saying, darn it, why can I not forget his name? Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson crossed up Michael Jordan when Michael Jordan played for the Wizards. Like, yeah, he did cross up Michael Jordan, but it was like a 38-year-old MJ. You know, it ain't the same. How do you rate Karpov? Karpov is probably the. I mean, I love Nepo, but he has a impressive resume of accomplishments. I don't think um, putting him with or I think subjecting his accomplishments to like beating Kasparov twice is a little tame. But again, like that was a retired Gary. It's not it's not the same, right? Gary Kasparov, for example, um, the first chess match that Gary Kasparov lost, not the first game, but the first one-on-one match where he was playing against another human in a or another competitor in a best of series, right? Keep in mind Kasparov started in the early or the late 1970s. Um, the first chess match that Gary Kasparov lost was in 2001, or I'm sorry, it was in 1999 to Deep Blue. His first chess loss was to in match play was to a computer. He would eventually lose. His first actual loss to a human was against Vladimir Kramnik in 2001. It was actually um, one of the most influential matches of the what do you call it, turn of the century, because Kramnik was able to disprove Gary's was it the Sicilian Najdorf? Darn, I forget which opening line Kramnik disproved against Gary. It was basically unbeatable. Gary, for his entire life, had this one opening system that no one could solve, and Kramnik was able to solve it. I forget for the life of me. My mind's blanking at the moment. But is Hikaru currently the best defensive player? Yes. Uh, yeah, I would probably say so. I think maybe um, in 3 years we could be seeing Gukesh be the world's best defensive player, maybe even shorter than that, to be honest, because a lot of your ability to come up with defensive solutions in chess is derived in calculation. Because when you're defending, right, you have to be defending against something. You can't just be defending against thin air. That doesn't make sense. So assuming you aren't seeing the boogeyman, which is very, very important, right, aka defending nothing, there is a legitimate, credible threat on the chessboard that you have to figure out how to deal with. And in order to deal with that threat, you can come up with a list of moves that respond to it. And the process of elimination is very important on defense because, like, you look at one line, you're like, does this deal with the threat? And then sometimes it will, but it might open up other threats elsewhere. So you can kind of cross that one out. You're like, that doesn't work. So then you look for another threat, right? Or another solution to that threat. But those solutions are all, at the end of the day, based in calculation. So the strongest or the stronger or the players that tend to lean more on calculation are usually better defenders. Why did Magnus go bishop to f4 here? The simplest reason why Magnus went bishop to f4, although I'm wondering if the computer says bishop c7 was the top recommended move, and it kind of makes sense, right? Because the rook is more active on this square than it was on, or sorry, it's more active on the d file than it is on c8. The short reason why Magnus played bishop to f4, he doesn't want to allow Gukesh to trade the knight for the bishop in this position. Um, when you start out in chess, it is a lot more common for players to prefer knights. I know when I was younger, I definitely preferred having a knight over a bishop, because I would be able to pull off a lot of forks, tricks, tactics, and frankly, when I went to an in-game versus a bishop, I was like, okay, let me just put all of my pawns. If I'm up against a dark square bishop, I'll just put all of my pawns on a light square, and booyah, I win the game. And the more and more experience you get with chess, the more control over key squares in a position starts to matter to you, right? You start to realize that if I have control over particular squares in a chess position, then I might be able to win the game just off of control of those squares. And because of that, we tend to start prioritizing the more and more we learn about the game of chess. We'll start to prioritize pieces that control more squares and cover more ground. So that's why you see players as they go up the chess ladder stop preferring knights and start preferring bishops. It's why basically all grandmasters will prefer a bishop over a knight, but that doesn't mean if they find themselves with the knight, they all of a sudden think they're losing. It just means, hey, if I have the choice of the two, I'm going to take the one that can control more ground, but if I find myself with the knight, there are still plenty of ways and tons of positions where knights are going to be superior than bishops. It's just usually a little easier to achieve a superior bishop position with a bishop rather than a knight. And we do see Queen A6 from Gukesh, a move he was going to try out earlier, or he had the opportunity to try out earlier in the position, but didn't go for it. Thanks. And I guess it's not as good uh, as it was all the way back here, but I'm not sure why the delay in it matters at all. Maybe Gukesh was just a little worried about the kingside pressure. Queen g4 here, or Queen g4 at some point in time, might have been what Gukesh was a little worried about. It's not a threat because knight f6 solves the issue, and there's nothing for uh, black to worry about. If white captures the queen on a6, we go into the endgame, and anyone who keeps up with chess knows Magnus is usually held as the greatest in-game chess player of all time. So you would think this is exactly what's up his alley here. Pawn h5, claim some more space. Um, but I think the reason that this won't ever be advantageous for white, apparently if you push c4, it's too soon. But I think you can gang up on this b2 pawn. But pushing on c4, you don't want to push too quickly. Or apparently pushing a5 is better. That makes more sense to me. You want to keep the tension in the center going, but you still want to prove this pawn is a weakness. Is Magnus going to go into the endgame, though? I don't know. How does the World Chess Championship work? There aren't title games every year. The World Chess Championship works once a year. A tournament is hosted called the Candidates Tournament, with basically the top, I believe, 12 players in the world at the time, all competing in a tournament format. Whoever has the most points at the end of the tournament and wins the tournament is then declared the challenger. So they challenge the last year's world champion in a best of in a 14 game match. Whoever has more points at the end of 14 games is declared the winner. If both players are tied at the end of 14 games, then they play a playoff. Magnus Carlsen won the World Chess Championship for about 5 years in a row, and then he decided to stop competing in the event, so he hasn't entered in. He gave up his World Championship title. No one defeated him. And then after Magnus gave up his World Championship title, we had the Chinese Super Grandmaster Ding Liren taking the title for himself, and this year, wresting the title away from him was none other than the 18-year-old prodigy Gukesh Dommaraju, or 8. When you first started playing chess, did you have a coach or tutor? I've never had a coach or tutor. I grew up playing in a pretty small area, or a pretty small state of Oklahoma. I think when I was like 12 or 13, I was like a top 5 rated player within the state. So I kind of looked to most of my peers as like competition rather than a mentor. But I would still take ideas and learn from them and talk with them and you know uh, do all that stuff. But never as I never really had like a coach. Sack the bishop on h6. Um, you can't sack the bishop on h6 now or ever really because the biggest attacker in the position can forcibly be traded off. I do think, I can't help but wonder if Gukesh might have been worried about that though. Like if I go pawn to a6 is, no, this still isn't any, right, any one of these three moves still wins the game. This is apparently the best though. You just go king h7 and knight h5 is much too slow. You just go rook 8 g8 and there's no checks because of the pawns covering all the squares. There's no fork because of the bishop and the knight blocking everything out, and there's no mate because of the rook. So you've basically just given up a bishop for nothing. And I'm not sure if you want to keep the queens on the board here. Queen c2 is not what you want to do because now you're just lining your queen up on the same file as your opponent's rook, potentially. So I think the only move to keep the queens on the board here is queen f3. And Magnus could go for queen f3. It doesn't look like this is a harmful move. You have to kind of be a little bit wary here. All right, the castling line has been cut off. You cannot castle into a check, so therefore this is going to be an illegal move. Right? It's a big decision for Magnus on whether he wants to play an in-game or go into keep the pieces on the board. And then with the Arjun Wei Yi game, it looks like Wei Yi's got this, or sorry, got this for a draw. It's going to be very difficult for Arjun to prove anything. Arjun's a sneaky guy, so you can never, if anyone's going to win here, I do think Black has the only chance with the A pawn. It looks like he's going to have to get Wei Yi in time trouble as well here if he wants to actually, like, really put a dent in anything. Because White's going to be able to pressure the f7 pawn at some point, and you're going to have to use one of your rooks to defend against it with like rook f8, and then okay, wait. So if I go here, you go here. Is this a move? Is this what Arjun wants? Sacrifice the f7 pawn, trying to lay or distract White. Right? You keep g7 protected, and then you like figure out some way to push the a pawn. Would Magnus have a slight advantage after trading the queens off and doubling on the a file? He knows he wouldn't, and that's why he went queen to f3. And the reason he doesn't, typically we look at double pawns as a weakness, especially double pawns on the edge of the chessboard, right? But it's very important to remember and keep in mind to yourself that a weakness in chess is only an actual weakness if you can take advantage of it. Here, there is absolutely zero way for Magnus to teleport his knight to the c7 square, right? The only way to attack this pawn at the moment, or you could transform this rook into a bishop and go like that, or a queen and go like that. But outside of that, there's no way to attack the a pawn. You're like, okay, well, it might not be a true weakness as like a target, but it's still a doubled pawn. But the problem is, in exchange for this pawn being doubled, Black gets the open b file, and he's eventually going to get a5 and a4, and because of that, he'll have a lot of activity and a lot of pressure on this b2 pawn. It's a backward pawn stuck behind its counterparts on a3 and c3, so there's going to be a lot of time lost here defending this pawn. It's not a losing weakness for White, but because of the pressure of that on the b2 pawn, White wouldn't be able to really get anything that grandiose started up on their own end. So we see Magnus play queen to f3, accepting that the White queen now controls the f1 through a6 diagonal, and hopefully Gukesh has something geared up for like knight h5 and queen g3 ideas down the line. The simplest answer, and a lot of times you'll see this move played by masters, is this very odd looking move bishop to f8, which looks very weird. We're taught to develop our pieces further up the chessboard, but again, bishops are full screen chess pieces, and a lot of times at the start of the game, you simply have to lift them one square so that they're out of the way and that you can connect your rooks and castle. And then after you castle, you can almost undevelop them back to their initial starting square because they do a good job of defending your own king while attacking the opposite side of the board on the queen side, right? White also employs this strategy oftentimes in main lines of the Karo Khan. So I don't know if Magnus will be able to make anything concrete happen here. You see the accuracy both sides playing with. You know, I'm always pumped whenever I play a game with like 93% accuracy or something. I'm like, ooh, yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. I might be Bobby Fischer reincarnated. Hmm. You see these guys and you're like, ah, right. I forgot. There's levels to it. Gotta stay humble. Because if you don't, then you watch these games and they'll humble them for you. Would it be feasible to go knight e2 and then castle on the next move, or that would be too slow? So the reason that you castle in chess is that you want to keep your king safe, right? That's why we castle our king, keep our king safe and connect our rooks. But just to demonstrate here, uh, if white were to castle, then it actually doesn't help him because the rook on the h file is no longer supporting the pawn, right? So the white rook is already more active on the h file than it would be if it was flipped over to the f1 square. And the white king is very safe in this position because the center of the chessboard is very locked up. You want to castle your king because you assume over the course of the game that the central pawns are going to be traded, and whenever that happens, you don't want to have to deal with that and deal with your king being prone and open to attacks on open files by a rook. But with the center of the chessboard already locked up here, the king is actually quite safe in the center of the chessboard for the foreseeable future. Now, all that could be subject to change down the line, but it isn't going to be something that just changes, boom, in the blink of an eye. You're going to have time to prepare for it. So Magnus wants to leave this rook on the h file, maybe with a rook lift idea at some point in the future going after the black king, as well as just continuing to protect this pawn. So white isn't thinking about castling at this moment because he's not worried about the safety of his king or the activity of his rook. Hmm. Where did you learn all this, Zod? Um, Playing my own games, studying, reading books, going to tournaments and competing as well. Because once again, I think there's a misconception amongst like more casual players that if you want to go compete in actual over the board tournaments, right? First you have to get really good, or first you have to achieve like a rating of 2000 or something online. But it works the other way around. If you want to improve your game, then you start going to tournaments, because the games that you play in tournament play are going to be and it's not just for newer players. It's the same for literally everyone in the world. The games that you play in tournament chess are going to be far, far, far higher quality than the games you play online. A good tournament game is going to absolutely dwarf your greatest online game ever. I mean, it's going to make it look like you were just learning how to play, because you have so much more time to figure out what to do, how to respond to your opponent's threats. And when you're starting out, newer players, using that time isn't always the easiest thing, but you learn to do it as you go on. How many times out of 100 could you beat Magnus? Unless it's a bullet match, it would be absolutely zero. Unfortunately. Why doesn't black take on d4? The reason black doesn't take on d4, or the reason black hasn't captured on d4, and typically in chess, whenever you have tension like this, the first side to give way to the tension and initiate the capture is generally worse off. unless there's like a clear gain of material, a clear like positional edge that's given to you by the capture. The general rule of thumb is the first side to capture loses. Now, capturing doesn't like lose the game or anything for black, but the reason Gukesh hasn't done it is that there's no reason to. You capture back with the e pawn, and now down the line there could be weaknesses on f5. You basically just open up the e file for white, which doesn't help you at all. Opening up the c file for black doesn't help them, and you might want to play pawn to c4 at some point in the future and make a queenside break, right? Instead of going takes and playing for the center of the board. It would help Magnus out more than it would help out Gukesh if he were to capture in the center of the board. So that's why we see him holding off on it. And Magnus could be getting a little sneaky here. He could be. Is attacking b2 with the queen any good? I don't think it's wrong. Queen b5 going after the pawn on b2. It's actually... Oh, shoot. It's actually the top engine recommended move going after the pawn on b2 because you're just improving the positioning of your queen and you're attacking one of white's pawns. It's not a, what do you call it, game altering move as white just goes rook to d2. But if you compare it to where we are now, you can kind of just ask yourself, okay, is my queen on a better square on b5 than on a6? And is his rook on a worse square on d2 than on d1? I think the answer to that question is yes in both, both cases. Although I don't know if it's that game altering, right? Oh, bishop d6 from Gukesh. I don't know. Bishop d6, to me, feels a little passive. We can't call this an actual blunder. It's definitely not a blunder, but maybe like a miscue from Gukesh? Maybe the first miscue of the game? Bishop d6? The miscues that happen at this level of the game. I don't even know if you can call this a miscue. It just seems like a bit passive, you know? Like Gukesh is almost underestimating how good his position is here. I want to play Magnus, better get the elo up, you know? Why do you think Magnus didn't go queen to g4? The reason he didn't go queen to g4 is that there's no point to doing it. If you go queen to g4, you just waste a move, because black plays knight to f6, and then where do you move your queen? Well, I'll tell you, you only have 2 squares you can move it to, or technically 3, but if you just decline the queen trade, I don't know why would you move queen back to e2. You can go queen to h3, which, ew, why would you have your queen all the way over, ew. Or you can go queen f3. And does this look familiar? Right? It's the same exact line, but black just gets to develop his knight faster. Magnus doesn't like giving his opponents free moves, so he went queen to f3 instead, and now we have Gukesh initiating the trade of dark square bishops, and there's no way for Magnus to avoid this. But I don't think he does need to avoid it. The problem is now you go knight to h5, and a couple trades on the board. Apparently you don't even capture here. Apparently you go queen g4 first. Oh, this is kind of disgusting. Ew. Bishop e5. What is this line? What? And somehow this is even? Why can you not capture? Because queen f4? Oh my days. What is this? Oh my days. What? Knight h5, right? And then bishop takes f4. And then you go queen to g4. I'm sure both sides have seen this, though. The question is, do you go bishop to e5 to stop checkmate, so you double white's pawns? And then you go g6. Oh my... Was this real? No. Well, hopefully. Hopefully it's not real. It could be. I mean, to be honest, I don't know, like, okay, if you play bishop takes d6, if you're Magnus, you're basically just saying, I got nothing. Knight h5 is how you play on here. And I assume queen f3 was predicated with the idea of going for knight h5 eventually, right? Appreciate the heart me vest in, shout out. Who has the higher accuracy? I mean, Magnus has played at 98.1% and Gukesh has played at 97.6% so far up to this point, but uh that is an engine a lie. Zod, should I buy a physical chessboard to study alongside with how to reassess your chess? I tried use analysis in chess.com, but it's kind of hard to have both up on my computer. Um, you wait. Should I buy a physical chessboard to study alongside with how to reassess your chess? I tried using analysis in chess.com. You should have at least for some of the positions, definitely a chessboard up with you. I don't know uh if it has to be physical. When I was reading chess books when I was younger, I would personally use a physical board instead of a digital one, but I don't think it matters. But you should have a board with you while you study, and you should never, ever, ever have the computer engine turned on when you're studying or analyzing games from computers. If doing it on the computer is giving you trouble, then yeah, it is 100% worth it. Getting a physical board. How did your strength change after finishing How to Reassess Your Chess? I think I was like uh 11 when I read that. Probably went from like 1600 to like 1900. Oh! Oh, baby. We do see Knight H5. Alright. Magnus ain't playing for no draw, chat. Knight H5. A knight on the rim is dim. Its chances are slim. Alright. But when you're 2800, you can make your own rules for chess. The rules of chess don't apply to you when you're that high up. Knight H5, another big, big question for Gukesh. I mean, there's only okay. There's only three options here that literally have any. I mean, there's really only two, but I guess technically three, right? Technically three because you can take, and then take. So, but you really only have two options here if you're black. You can play bishop f8 and say, "Oh snap, that's scarier looking than I thought. I don't like that." Or you can go into the engine line and play bishop f4. Then there's no guarantee. I mean, you don't have to play queen g4 immediately. You could just go queen f4, right? And then down the line try for queen g4 or rook h3, either or. You don't have to do it one way or the other. Appreciate you sharing the live. Come on, shout out. How do you play out potential moves? Like, this is an analysis board, so, or I'm watching the game live, so you just like uh, make random moves yourself. We're also live on Twitch over General Zod Chess. If you want to check out the stream with a wider view, I don't think Gukesh is going to capture on d4. Maybe he will though. If you're going to capture on f4, you might want to capture on d4 first. Okay, this is getting real. This get real interesting real quick. So bishop takes f4, queen g4. All right, we got to look at this because it might not even happen. So I got to entertain myself in case I get robbed of my entertainment. Because it might not even happen. There's no guarantee this is what Magnus wants. Queen g4, and now I'm threatening checkmate. The bishop is hanging. You don't want to go bishop to g5 because this loses. It's a blunder to lose the game on the spot because it allows the h file to open up for my rook, and I'm coming through with way too much firepower. Oh, we got bishop f4 on the board. Bishop takes f4. Oh baby, come on! I want queen g4. Ignore the bishop. What do you generally think about after the opening? Um, it depends on what opening I play. If the first thing I think after the opening is who's on offense and who's on defense, because then I'll either look for like offensive or defensive moves. Offensive moves being moves that are geared on my opponent's side of the board, right? So if I'm playing white, the 5th to 8th ranks, and defensive moves would be either looking for moves in my own position on the 1st to 4th ranks, or kicking out any of my opponent's pieces that might be on my side of the chessboard. That's typically what I'll look for first and foremost. Who's on offense, who's on defense? If he finds Queen G4 is it winning, Gukesh is much too strong of a calculation expertise to allow Queen G4 as just a true win on the board. Because if this was classical chess, I could find Queen G4 as an idea. Um, there's not too many, because there aren't too many moves to consider in this position, right? So you can find Queen G4 relatively easily, and it doesn't win or lose the game. It's just the scope of the game, or the imbalance of the game might change after Bishop E5, pawn takes on D5, pawn to G6. You don't want to go knight F6 here, because after knight F6, pawn takes on F6, pawn takes on F6, black has this really nice idea, pawn to E5, which in my opinion kind of goes to show that Gukesh, to some level, has definitely seen this already, right? Because he sees that there's this pawn to E5 line. So it's a very big decision by Magnus, and obviously he's taking his time here, which indicates that he sees the move. 1000% he sees Queen G4, but he's like, is it worth it while for me to go for it? Should I capture with the pawn? I don't think capturing with the pawn is probably the only bad move white has here. You can take the bishop with the knight or with the queen as well, and that's perfectly playable. Queen G4 is how you keep this game rolling and keep things interesting. Appreciate the 10 GG's gutter chest. Shout out, baby. In the meantime, whoa, my days. What just happened over here? Okay, we have Rook C4. Okay. Rook. He sacrifices the rook, and the argument is that even though you're down the exchange, being up the exchange if you have a or being down the exchange if you have a good pawn structure in the end game and there's only pawns on one side of the board isn't really that bad. And even though Arjun was able to force the pawns off the board here, it looks like Wei Yi has this thing on lock. Alright. Brilliant rook sack by Wei Yi here, and it should be, I mean, shout out Arjun. My goodness, how have you played 40 moves at 99% accurate? How is that possible? How is that even possible? King to F5. And I don't think Magnus can break in here. Or, I don't think Arjun can break in here. No, this is a draw. Wei Yi's played this masterfully. Although, shout out Arjun playing for a win with the black pieces in round one. I believe he's the only one with the black pieces who is straight up playing for a win. Pawn to G6 in the Hikaru Fabiano game. This one still seems pretty locked up. I'd want to pay more attention to the... oops. Oh, darn it, what is that? What is that? Queen takes F4, and we see Magnus taking uh, well, the Magnus approach to the position, right? We're also live on Twitch over General Zod Chess if you guys want to check out the stream with a wider view. And to be honest, like, after Bishop F4, Queen G4 would have been really cool, but the more I think about it, the more Queen G4 seems like the kind of move like Ali Reza would play, or Levon Aronian. Like, Magnus' style isn't necessarily to come up with these gigantic threats. It's to get it to a position where he's able to do nothing, but that him doing nothing also moves the position forward. He's able to just slowly improve this little part of the board, and then this little part of the board, and that little part of the board, and then all of a sudden it all comes together, right? More so than just a big swing for the fences kind of attack. It's not his play style. It's not that he can't play like that, but it's not that it's not the way he works. Appreciate the follow, Blake Fatty Holland, shout out. We got Fat Uncle One with the Prime subscription over on Twitch, shout out, baby. This is a stronger move for Magnus's game. Well, I do think that Queen F4 is probably a stronger move for Magnus's playstyle, but I think Queen G4 would have thrown more of a monkey wrench in Gukesh calculations. Although again, after Queen G4, Bishop G5, apparently Queen F4 is the way to go, because if you take, then Rook H3, and there's problems for black here. Although you can also play F4 to support the pawn. This looks kind of icky, though. I don't think Magnus liked his pawn on D4 going to E5 against his will, so that's why he captures on F4 with the bishop. And then let's go ahead and peep at the Hikaru Fabiano game again real quick, because I feel like I went off of this game a little bit quickly. All right, let's go ahead and recap this game real quick. A very, very nice opening, especially by Hikaru here. Both players at 99% accuracy, because why not? Again, Hikaru did a fantastic job at the start of the game, right? Of just identifying and solving all of the present and future problems in black's position here. Right at the start of the game, he grabs some central space after white does, and he protects his central pawn, right? Develops as white develops, knights before bishops here because he's the defender, white is the aggressor, so he can go bishop before knight. And now, after pawn to e3, pawn to a6, a defensive move, keeping his opponent's pieces out of enemy territory. Please follow Robert Nork, please follow WWMM. After knight to f3, Hikaru solves yet another problem in his position, identifies that the light square bishop isn't going to have anywhere really fruitful to go here, so he trades it off nice and early so that it doesn't get stuck behind the pawn chain after e6, and now he identifies yet another long-term problem in his position, which is that his opponent has the bishop pair, so he forces off a trade of bishops, even though Fabiano does his best to not let that happen, right? And so you just see Hikaru solve all these problems in his position, move in and move out. And credit to Fabiano, who has allowed Hikaru to solve these problems, yes, but he has maneuvered his pieces into really nice positions. And so while Fabiano has excellent activity in this position, Hikaru's position is devoid of any meaningful weaknesses, and there isn't much for either side to really lay claim to in this position. B4 is a scary looking move at some point in the future. I don't know if either side wants to trade the rooks here, but I assume at some point knight B1, A2, or D1 is going to be on the way. Speaking of on the way, what is going on with Wei Yi? See what I did there? Wei Yi and Arjun. This is a draw? Okay, it should just be a draw. Who won the Magnus Gukesh game? Don't worry, chat. It is still alive and underway. We're just going into other games. You can see by the time on both players' clocks. There's a lot of time in these events, so when players go into these deep, elongated thinks, sometimes I'll go over and check out another game, see what's crack-a-lackin'. This game should be a draw no matter what. Brilliant, brilliant defense from Wei Yi, but obviously if you're Arjun, there is literally no way on this planet that you can lose this game, so you may as well play on to the better end. I mean, you gotta try like Rook G6. I always feel really cool whenever I like predict one of their moves, you know. Yo, we got Mazahaz with the Prime subscription 2 months in a row, baby. Shout out. What website is this live spectating? This is chess.com. If you want to spectate the event for yourself and don't want to listen to the general's amazing commentary, you just go to events and then you go to Norway Chess on chess.com. Click on the little binoculars, go to events, and then it'll take you to right here where you can check out all of the live games in action for yourself. It is round 1 of Norway Chess. Round 2 is going to be tomorrow at the same time. But round 1, we have Arjun going up against Wei Yi, Fabiano going up against Hikaru Nakamura, and Gukesh going up against Magnus Carlsen. Gukesh still in the think tank here. I'm not sure what he's going to do outside of capturing the pawn, so we'll wait and see that. The computer actually recommends he jettison a pawn to the win here in order to activate his queen and bring her over to the defense of the king side. And it's definitely a move Gukesh is at least considering. He has to be, because part of the reason this queen is on a6 is not only to keep an eye on the king, but also to maybe swing over to the king side if need be, right? You don't want to have to run into rook h3, rook g3, and all that nonsense down the line. Of course, if you were to play e5, it does look like it significantly weakens the center of the chessboard here. And I'm not sure if that'll be something Magnus can actually exploit, or if it just looks weak. Queen g6, you're not threatening to take this pawn because the knight's under attack. So you go g4, protect the knight. You aren't worried about pushing the pawns in front of your king at this point. And the computer says after rook e8, white is basically equal with black. White's up a pawn temporarily, but you're threatening to capture this pawn on g4, and you're threatening a fork on d3. How you can see this all the way back here, I'm not sure. Alright, I mean, these guys are world chess champions for a reason, but still. You know, that even that one would be something else. And Wei Yi and Arjun does indeed go to a draw, as there is nothing more to be done here. Arjun takes one look at the position, realizes there's nothing to be done, plays rook to g2, and now after bishop to d4, you can never get your... it's actually a really nice draw here. Hold up, I should show this real quick. So you can never go here and here to win the pawn, because white will just do this. And now they just move their bishop on one of these squares for the rest of until the end of time, right? And there's nothing you can stop them from going on one square, but then they'll just go on one of the other ones for the rest of time. And if you try to maneuver your rook like this, then the bishop never has to move, and you're just going to move your king up and down for the rest of the game. And so what happened in the actual game is after rook to g2, bishop e4, Arjun just sacrificed the rook, and both players agreed to a draw, because this is going to be a draw 1,000 times out of 1,000, right? There is never any way for an h-pawn to beat a king in a king and pawn in-game if the opposing king already controls the queening square. This is going to be stalemate 1,000 times out of 1,000. And we get a draw. That game, I was very confident it was going to a draw, basically from the jump. Oh, they're playing in Armageddon? Wait, Norway Chess, if all games go to a draw, they go to Armageddon round 1? Is that accurate? Can someone check on the event schedule for me? I don't think I could lose that 999 times out of 1,000. I'm not gonna lie, Marshall, you would not be able to lose that. I don't think you... I guess technically you still could lose it, but you'd have to try very, very hard. What's Armageddon? Armageddon is the most fun part of chess. Or the most fun part of, like, professional chess tournaments. Wait, after round 1, they go to Armageddon? That's sick. Oh, no wonder Norway Chess is such a big deal. Ay, ay, ay. Can we check the women's games? Oh, snap. I didn't check... Alright. I mean, I'm just one guy. You know, there's only so much I can do. We have Sarah Kadim going up against Anna... Wait, what? Why is this a blunder? It was a blunder that allowed white to win the game with queen f5, going after the pawn on c5. Okay, so it was a blunder, and now it's a drawn position. I beat, I can't pronounce her last name to save my life, but I beat the Anabot, like, a while ago. But the Anabot is also not nearly as strong as the actual Anna. Okay, let's go through these games real quick, actually. Before the Magnus Gukesh game gets intense, and before the Arjun Wei Yi Armageddon starts up. Roy Lopez, love that, love that. My favorite opening. Do not like this line for white. White gets an extra pawn out of the jump, but they get attacked and black gets a lot of counterplay very, very quickly. Personally, I'm not a big fan of this line. It never works out for me, but you know, she's a grandmaster and I'm not, so we kind of got to go ahead and default this one to the grandmaster. And she does a masterful job throughout the game of playing with lack of development here, as black isn't able to develop her pieces nearly as quickly. Oh my goodness. And now the critical point of the game was right here with queen to f8. A mistake by black that allowed queen to f5. And now after queen to f5, if you were to capture this pawn on d4, then you have this gorgeous threat. No wonder she didn't see it. How do you see that? Oh my days, that's disgusting. Alright. At first I was wondering how you misses. I'm like, yeah, that seems pretty natural. But after takes bishop c2, that should have a brilliant tag attached to it. Because now you're threatening checkmate on h7, and the only two ways of stopping it, g6, which, you know, num 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 num, and d3, and now you have to give up the rook. And white is just game over on the spot. Oh my days. That would have been a hard that's a hard move to find though. That's a very, very hard move to find. Even for a grandmaster. And now in this game, the accuracies that everyone plays at is nothing short of asinine to me. Really is impressive. That was 95 a blunder. They think it's not a blunder, but it's a step in the wrong direction. I think for this reason that black is able to forcibly exchange the bishop for the knight on e5, and now we have this imbalance in the position where black has this gorgeous knight on d5. Vasali's actually playing this position like a like a positional wizard. Alright, this knight on d5 is disgusting. Now, I don't know if you can win the game off of it. Black should have a significant edge for the rest of the game that she might be able to convert into a win. We're gonna have to monitor this one. This could be this could be a really good technique case. And then the last, but obviously not least, the current world chess champion Zhu Wenjun going up against Lei Tinji. This isn't a former world chess championship rematch, is it? Muzichuk. Let's see what happened in this one. Wow, Petrov. You don't see the Petrov nearly as often. We're seeing a lot more. Shout out the women's players on day one. We're seeing a lot more fighting spirit in some of the opening choices than from the men's side. But, you know, it's round one. Can't knock the men for playing it safe. It's only day one of the tournament. And it's not like this. It's not like the women players are just sacrificing multiple pawns in the opening. Like they're gaming here, but this is a pretty standard position as well. It's not like both sides are, you know, going all out. It's interesting that Zhu accepted this isolated A pawn. She wants to attack the B2 pawn, and she's trying to make the argument that this pawn on A5 isn't actually that weak. Whether she'll be able to make it as this game progresses. Oh, okay, okay. This one, okay. This should be a draw. This one is already a draw. Okay. I guess you can like pretend to play on, but the problem is neither side's king is safe. So there's always going to be some perpetual check for one side or the other. Um, I don't think that should have the decisive result. So Zhu in June, it seems like it's going to be a draw. I think Vasali's going to win this game. This knight on d5 is way too nicely positioned. And then we'll keep monitoring the Anna Muzichuk game. Um, Alright. That one could be interesting. It already was really, really almost one of the most gorgeous tactics I've seen in a minute if she had found Queen f5, Bishop c2. I mean, that is insane, man. The fact that it's a tactic, rather. Queen f5. Queen f5 as a move looked very rational to me, but it didn't seem like a tactic, you know? And we do see Gukesh play pawn to e5, and he must be worried and concerned about um this rook lift, right? Shout out Jennifer Shahadi. I always loved. She was a grandmaster who used to do commentary on the um, chess tournaments, and um, a rook lift in chess, right? Typically, rooks do not belong anywhere except the second or first ranks of the chessboard because they're so long range that you want to keep them deep in your own territory so that they aren't prone to attack while they're hitting the opposite side of the board. But every now and again, pawns block the way of a rook's pathway. The rook belongs in an open file, but the pawns haven't been traded off, right? The rook would love to be on this g file, but since the g pawn hasn't been traded off, you can't just play rook g1, activate your rook. So there's a maneuver called rook lift, where you lift your rook above the pawns and then move it over to the open file. And whenever Jennifer Shahade would reference a rook lift, she would always call it a rover, because you're lifting your rook up and over. So I always thought that was pretty funny. Seventh rank isn't where rooks are the best. Yeah, seventh or second rank if you're the black pieces playing, against the white pieces. You want your rooks here for two reasons. The first reason is that they're called hogs on the seventh, right? Because pawns always start in the second or seventh rank, and that they always target all the pawns, right? If you lift a rook up here, or I guess here, you're hitting all the pawns over here. And the second big reason that a rook on the seventh rank is the best destination for a rook is because it also plays against and restricts the enemy king. Um, in games, if you can restrict your opponent's king to the back rank with your rook, oftentimes that is more of an advantage than being up a pawn in an endgame, and it leads to decisive results for you. And in middle games where you get your rook to the seventh rank, obviously that can lead to tactics, checkmating threats, etc., etc. Right? Like if I could teleport this rook to e7, that would be quite the threatening proposition facing Gukesh here. So Gukesh clearly worried about this rook lift idea of rook h3, rook g3, and so he plays the move pawn to e5. And to play this move and to have this, like this, I don't think this is a move that Gukesh was looking at like, maybe I can play this move. Appreciate the 10 Roses top, shout out. This is a move, in my opinion, that Gukesh has had in his arsenal for quite some time. And in order to play this move, because it looks like it just gives up a pawn, you're like, what? And the reason that you play it is because now you can activate your queen and lift her over. But then after the move g4, in order to play this move, and in order to know it doesn't give up a pawn, right, you have to see like rook to e8, and then you take on d5, and now Magnus is up not one pawn, but two separate pawns in this position. But then there's just knight takes e5. And you're like, what? How's their knight takes e5? Gukesh just hung a knight. Queen b1! Oh. But you can only play this if you have to see all this back. Oh my days. This speaks to the kind of player Gukesh is as well, where he's just like reliant on calculation. There's no... What I mean like reliant on calculation instead of intuition, when we come up with like a feel of what we should do in the position, right? I can kind of look at a position and be like, well, my king is uncastled, that could be unsafe, or my opponent could be threatening something. I should capture towards the center because that is something I know to be good and accurate. And when you drive your calculation or your ideas and chess moves just off of pure calculation, that can sometimes lead you to considering moves that look very counterintuitive to what you want to accomplish, right? Pawn to e5 looks like it just softens up the pawn on d5 and gives white a free pawn on e5. So off of pure intuition, it doesn't make any sense. But if you take out intuition, you take out like your thoughts, and you say, well, pawn to e5 doesn't work because it gives up a pawn. That's not what Gukesh, how his mind works. He's not saying pawn to e5 gives up a pawn, I'm not going to do it anymore. He says pawn to e5, and then the next thought in his head is pawn takes on e5, and then the next thought in his head is queen g6, and then the next thought in his head is g4, and then the next thought in his head is, okay, my pawn on d5 is hanging, do I have to defend it? If not, do I have something better? And you don't come up with thoughts to determine if the position is good or bad. You just come up with moves, and then at the end of the move, at the end of the line, when you're done calculating, you're like, okay, one side is better because of this or that, right? Instead of just trusting that something is better or not better for you because of the way it looks. Our eyes deceive us all the time, both on and off the board. All right. He took 20 minutes to calculate this sorcery. Armageddon in about 6 minutes. I appreciate you keeping me updated. Just have fun. Let me know when it's like 2 minutes out. We got to make sure we're monitoring that Armageddon. So the way Armageddon works in these kinds of tournament formats is there are three. Typically in chess tournaments, there's like you get 1 point for a draw, half a point for a loss, 0 points for, or sorry, half a point for 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, 0 points for a loss. The way Norway chess and Armageddon style tournaments work is you get 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and then 0 points for a loss. So if you draw, both players get 1 point, and then they battle it out in an Armageddon style game. To determine who gets the extra point. The winner of the Armageddon gets 2 out of the possible 3 points. And if you're wondering what Armageddon is, if we go and look at any of these games, you see how Hikaru has 44 minutes on the clock. But if we go to Armageddon, well, actually, okay, they don't have the times up yet. But Armageddon, both players only have like 10 minutes. So if we do see a draw on the chessboard here today, we will get to see a rematch between Magnus and Gukesh as they play the tiebreaker. I'm not sure I want that to happen because I feel like what I was just talking about like 2 minutes ago with how Gukesh derives his line of thinking from calculation. Like if they play a short match with not a lot of time on the ticker, right, that is going to really favor the guy who can just play off of intuition, you know? It's not that Gukesh can't, it's that it's not his strength. But it would mean more chess, so I would also enjoy that. How much time does Gukesh have? Gukesh has 27 minutes. He still has plenty of time. Appreciate the follow. I Deweed or 3 Appreciate you sharing live to Rody. The winner gets 0.5 points extra, not a full extra point. Ah, okay. Shows what I know about the event. Alright. They battle it out for the extra point, but it's not the extra point. It's an extra half point. And then, um, as everyone's mentioning, white, uh, if white, since it's an Armageddon game, that means they only get one game. There's no redos. If white doesn't win, then and it's a draw, then black is declared the victor of the Armageddon. But because uh, black has the draw odds, white starts with an extra 3 minutes. White starts with 10 minutes, and black starts with 7. Is it 7? Black starts with 7 minutes, and they might have increment for this. Appreciate the 8 roses blank shout out. Did I just see Queen G3? Queen G3 is a move? What was the purpose of Queen G3? I mean, the purpose of queen g3 is pretty self-explanatory, right? Okay. Now okay, okay. Fascinating. He chose, instead of trying to capture the pawn on e5, he felt like he would ruin his own pawn structure if he did that, so instead he opted to play queen g3, and after queen to g6, queen takes g6, Magnus has forced Gukesh to capture away from the center of the chessboard here, and we have the greatest in-game player of all time going into an in-game where he has the favorable pawn structure. Now, as you can see from the evaluation bar, our good friend Stockfish will tell us this position is a draw. And anyone who has watched Magnus Carlsen play over the last 15 years can attest to the fact that any in-game where it seems like he's in a draw, right? The number one ability that makes Magnus Magnus is his ability to grind water from a stone, right? And that's an old saying, because if you grind two stones together for a very, very long time, inside every stone is a tiny bit of water that's been built up in the stone after hundreds and hundreds of millions of years of water just seeping in through the cracks and getting stored into the stone. So if you grind two stones together for long enough, water will eventually come out of them. And in the same vein, Magnus' playstyle revolves around him playing a position that should be a draw, that every other chess player on planet Earth would come to the conclusion that it's a draw, and just grinding his opponent down until eventually water comes out and he gets the Georgia W. Pause. That ended a little weird, but you know what I was saying. All right. In the Karu Fabiano game, it still looks like Fabiano I don't want to say is in the driver's seat, but uh, is closer to being on the offensive than Hikaru is. The imbalance of the position here, I mean, you see the evaluation bar. The game's a dead draw because the rook's probably coming off the board. I don't think White's going to capture with the... Is it a blunder if he captures with the queen? Maybe a slight blunder, but I think White wants the queens on the board here. And then maybe trade off a knight for a bishop, and then try and work this game knight versus bishop versus queen versus bishop. When I was starting out in chess, when I was growing up, I was taught that if you want to win an endgame where it's equal like this, the side that's playing on for a win wants to keep one pair of rooks on the chessboard, and the side that's playing for a draw wants to trade off both rooks. Although you can't do that, you can't take that strategy at the expense of giving your opponent the open file. So in a perfect world, White would love to capture with the bishop here and keep the other rook on the board, but the problem is the only open file on the chessboard would belong to black in that scenario. So you'd have to trade off both pairs of rooks, which leads to drawish tendencies. And yeah, we see that happen. Yeah, this is happening live in action as we speak. And I don't think he's going to capture with the queen here. It'd be very counterintuitive for him if he captured with the queen. I think he's going to take with the bishop. We're also live on Twitch over General Zod Chess if you guys want to check out the stream with a wider view. Alright. Who do you want to win? I kind of just want to see like the best chess played possible. I don't know. I've kind of got more of a soft spot for Hikaru than I do Fabi. But I like following Hikaru's streams, but it would be nice to see Fabi get a George W. I don't know if I can pick between these two. In the other games, or if you're asking who I want to win the tournament... Armageddon started! Armageddon! Armageddon! Wait, what did they open with? I was so busy freaking out. Okay, another Roy Lopez. Oh, I used to play this line. I love this line as White. I can't believe Arjun's playing this. I guess he only needs a draw, though. Is there increment in the Armageddon? Yeah, there is. Okay. Again, they're playing for the extra half point here. I don't know. Pawn a6. I feel like bishop d3 is what I would play. Computer wants bishop a4. White has to try and play quickly. Wait, how much time did Wei Yi start with? Magnus chickened out with queen g3. He trusted Gukesh too much. I don't think Magnus was chickening out. I think Magnus understands and knows what it takes to achieve a winning position, and I think he thought queen g3 gave him the best odds of getting a winning position. Because you have to be able to grind your opponents down. He wants long-term weaknesses. I'll go ahead and show you real quick. You'll see, this is what grandmasters love. Oops, they love fixed weaknesses that you aren't ever going to be able to figure out. Like, if Magnus captured this pawn here, you're like, okay, what's the problem in black's position? Why is black worse than white? The answer? White is up a pawn. But the extra pawn that white has in this position is a temporary extra pawn. And eventually, black is going to be able to get that pawn back. It might not be right now, but eventually down the line that'll happen. But in the line Magnus chose, with queen to g3, queen g6, he has forced his opponent to capture away from the center of the board, and now these little cluster of pawns could be proved to be a weakness long term. Not immediately, right? But you have the opportunity to create weaknesses when your opponent's pawn structure is ruined. And in endgame, the side that is stronger, if material is even and space is even and king safety is even, is typically the side with more pawn islands. That means more pawns that are disconnected because they're harder to defend away from the main cluster here. And there's no pawns that have been traded off the board yet, so we only, well, okay, all right. There's been one pawn that's been traded off the board here, and after the pawn's been traded off, we see black now with two separate pawn islands, right? And the pawn on d5 is also a backward pawn and potentially a weakness that Magnus can go ahead and fixate on. Although, again, it's still pretty equal. This is the kind of endgame that Magnus loves. He has a permanent weakness that he can play against in his opponent's position, and while it's not a winning advantage, again, the style of Magnus Carlsen is not like the active dynamic style of a Gary Kasparov or an Ali Reza Firouzja or a Bobby Fischer, right? He is not trying to insist on winning this game in the next 15, 20 moves. He's willing to play this 30, 40 more moves and slowly but surely grind Gukesh down into what he thinks will be a winning position. Whether he'll actually be able to achieve that or not, it remains to be seen, but that is the style of play of Magnus, and that is what has gotten him to this level of the game. And now, in this position, what happened after? Okay. Both sides developed, castled their kings, bishop to d3, maybe aiming something at the king side, bishop to e6, just developing, keeping it all natural, and then queen to d7, presumably to avoid knight to e4, targeting her lady. And now, queen c2, h6, a3. You don't want to go knight b4 too soon because you would just lose a pawn down here. So h6, a3 to stop knight to b4. You don't want to allow white or black to fork the queen and the bishop here. Obviously, it doesn't lose material, but this bishop is white's best and most important piece, so you don't want to allow it to be traded off. And now bishop to d5, doing a nice job targeting the only weakness in black's or white's position at the moment outside of this a3 pawn. If you go something like c4, then I can ruin your pawn structure and black is winning on the spot because the weaknesses around the king are just too much to deal with. And even though black started this position down a couple minutes, because keep in mind this is Armageddon, do or die, one game, winner take all, Arjun is a fast, finicky player, man. I don't know if you care about this pawn on a3. To be honest, I don't think it matters. In in-games, Magnus awakens knight to d2 here, and now I don't think queen takes a3 is going to happen. Maybe because it's Arjun. Arjun, Arjun's a greedy guy. He might be like, listen, a pawn is a pawn is a pawn. I know. He doesn't care that he only needs a draw for this game. He sees a good move on the chessboard. He sees a pawn he can take, and he's going to take it. All right, we're also live on Twitch over General's Odd Chess if you want to check out the stream with a wider view. He spent 44 minutes on move 7, 20 moves until increment. He's going for the win. I also think he's going for the win. Like, he does it. It's not really in his vocabulary, though, to play for draws. It's not his style of play. Did Magnus win? They're still going. They're heading into the end game. This is the Armageddon game. So if I, real quick, let's go ahead and show you guys. You see how, I mean, Fabiano's kind of in some time trouble here. He only has 7 minutes on the clock. But you see how Hikaru has 40 minutes, and in the Gukesh Magnus game, they still have 20 minutes per side. So there isn't as much urgency that the game is going to conclude as there is with Wei Yi versus Arjun, because they're in the Armageddon version of their game, so the time control is much shorter. So basically, we can watch this game, and however this game ends, we'll still have time to check out Magnus and Hikaru's game. After bishop to e6, it looks like you can win material with takes, and queen takes e6, and then you just get a fork, and you're like, aha, I win the chess game, I'm going to win a knight. But then Arjun just plays knight to b4 and laughs in your face because he's still up an extra pawn. So after bishop to e6, Wei Yi played the best move, bishop h7, and now he plays the move pawn to d5, going for the fork. And this looks like, once again, white is just winning on the spot. But of course, once again, Arjun has knight to b4, and after knight to b4, he retreats his bishop all the way back to c8. And you see this a lot amongst grandmasters. They are very willing, after they castle and get their rook onto an open file, they are very, very, very willing to return their bishops to the original starting square in certain positions, because once again, the bishop doesn't necessarily need to be advanced high up in the board to be considered developed or useful or effective. And now Wei Yi thinks he has a tactic, pawn to c5, but it's a blunder, the first blunder of the day. And there's only one move that wins. The only winning move is queen d7, which wins on the spot, because if you capture the seemingly free knight, then I capture the bishop. And after queen d7, if you go, say like something natural like bishop to e4, then this pawn just falls and black is up not one but two pawns. But the thing is, you're in time pressure and you just played a very... Never mind. Oh, Arjun! Oh my goodness. Alright. Never mind. I was going to say... You're very exhausted. Queen d7 is a very awkward looking move because it traps your bishop. Kid's 2800 for a reason. He's 2800 for a reason. Alright? If there was a winning move on the board, he's going to smell it out. Queen d7. That's such a brilliant touch. And it's very logical that Wei Yi would miss that. If you play any other move... that isn't, let me go back. If you play any other move like queen e5 or queen f6, then after queen takes b4, king takes h7, then you can just jettison this pawn with d6, and let's say you take. You're down 2 pawns here temporarily, but black has a lot less activity in this position than the other one, and after queen d7, Wei Yi is in the hot seat now. He has a $1.36 on the ticker to figure this out, and keep in mind, he has to win this game. If he draws, it's the same thing as a loss, right? So not only does he have to figure out how to keep this game going, but he has to do so in a way that at least gives him a fighting edge to win. So that means you might be looking at some kind of sacrifice here down the line. The question is, how do you sacrifice? What if you just go bishop? Can I just play bishop e4? Useless. Absolutely useless. Doesn't do anything. c6? You can try c6. Maybe he will go for c6, but yikes. Then the bishop and queen just gang up on g2. Oh, this doesn't look good. This isn't looking good for Wei Yi. This ain't looking good, boss. Knight f3, bishop f6, instantly by Arjun. Arjun started this game down 7 minutes to 10 minutes on the ticker, and he is now up on time on the clock. And now we see Wei Yi find the only way to keep this game competitive. He sacrifices the exchange, and now Arjun is not only up a rook, but an extra, or sorry, he's up the exchange and an extra pawn as well, meaning that if he can just solidify the position for about 8-9 more moves here, this game is going to be GG, no re, over on the spot. And I don't know how he can complicate this, but at least if you're, oh, pawn b6? How, how does this lose? Wait, what did Arjun just do? What the? Maybe he was thinking queen e7? No, what? Or queen d6? Ah, this is what he was missing. Bishop c7. Oh my goodness. Bishop c7. That's so hard to spot because now if you go here, there's bishop a4. Oh my days. No! What is that? What is queen a3? Genuinely, what is this move? That is almost horrifying to look at. What is queen a3? Wei Yi, okay. Wei Yi must have also missed after bishop to b6. Yeah. But still, I mean, okay. The man has like 20 seconds left on his ticker. All right, we gotta cut him some slack, you know. But man, the problem is once the queens go off the board here, um, first off, Arjun should win that like every single day of the week, twice on a Monday. But also, once the queens go off the board, the chances of Wei Yi winning this game are practically nil. So he has to win in order to win the Armageddon. A draw is as good as a loss here in this scenario. I mean, not for the rating and pride and ego and all that, but you know. He's gonna flag. Wei Yi can do it. He can make it. He can make it. Appreciate the follow. Just chilling. I mean, well, he won't flag, but positionally, he might be cooked. Make a move. Just move bishop back to e3. Okay. Queen a2. Very logical. Bishop e4. I don't know. Just make a move. Take. Queen b2. Make a move. Queen c2. Queen a3. He needs control of the d6 square. Oh, Arjun just also plays so fast. This is such a uncomfortable situation to be in. Good, just repeat. Oh, Arjun, you're so lame. Arjun's like, I only need a draw here, so I can just keep repeating. Oh my gosh. Armageddon games are unrated? Really? I never knew that. Yeah. Arjun wins on time. And he gets the extra half point from the Armageddon. Credit to him. It was a very nice attempt by Wei Yi there, and he actually was able to get back at some point, but not enough. In the Hikaru Fabiano game, this looks like it's winding down toward a draw. Hikaru is, if anything, Hikaru might be able to swindle this, right? He has the more active minor pieces in this position. This light square bishop is kind of being dominated by the horsey. It can't move to d3 to get out and attack the pawn chain. And Hikaru's done a phenomenal job of managing his time here. 35 minutes to 3 minutes for Hikaru, shout out. And in the Gukesh Magnus game, the in-game has started and is fully underway here for both sides. What happened after... Where did we leave this off? Queen g6, fg6, knight g3, pawn e5, pawn d4, pawn c4, knight e2, pawn b5. Uh, I gotta get better at this game, man. Gotta get better at this game. I have no idea why white is slightly better here. I'm genuinely not sure why Magnus. Like, well, typically in chess, if you have an opportunity to make a break on your opponent's and put pressure on your opponent's position through the wings of the board, right? On like the queen side or the king side, almost always a pawn break through the center of the board is going to come faster. So maybe the computer recognizes that some kind of f3 e4 break is faster than a5 b4. And if white ever does get e4, now you're talking about a passed pawn in the center of the chessboard. Although I'm not sure how powerful it can be in this position because um, if the pawn ever does get to like e5, black can rotate the knight to like e6 eventually, and it'll be a really, really, really gorgeous square for the horsey. Really nice blockade. How are you sitting? Have you ever seen Death Note? I sit like L from Death Note. I'm just lacking the IQ points to go along with it, which is unfortunate. I do got the sweet tooth though, so that's nice. I got the weird sitting posture and the sweet tooth from L, just not the smarts, that little detail. Appreciate the Heart Me Drake shout out, baby. Pawn to f3, and it does seem like Magnus is going to continue his plans for pushing down the center of the board. And this is why this plan, I presume, is why Magnus was okay with going into the end game in this manner, right? If we go back to, and this is kind of a small peek into the mind of Magnus Carlsen and how he works, but also a lot of grandmasters at this rating level as well, not just to, single out Magnus. The reason why Magnus did not capture this pawn and instead went queen to g3 is because he wanted this fixed weakness of his opponent never being able to play the move pawn to f5 in the endgame. If Gukesh was able to play pawn f5 in this position at any point in the endgame, right, then Magnus would never be able to play pawn to f3 and then pawn to e4 because f5 just puts a stranglehold clamp on the position. So because Magnus has an extra uh, access to not access, because he has an extra pawn removed away from the defense of f5, he can put more pressure on it than he normally would be able to. And so that break that normally would just kind of be a fantasy is now starting to take reality on the board. And after pawn to a5 from Gukesh, pawn to b4, oh baby. All right, now if you're uh, a stream monster, there's only one move in this position that makes any sense. As we all know, the rules of chess, right? En passant is always forced. So Magnus, or I should say Gukesh, only has one choice here to capture en passant. Obviously, I'm joking, but I do think capturing en passant is probably the best move. My light just got knocked out. Let me see. Yeah, en passant is the best move. You take en passant, denies a croissant. And now after rook b3, it looks like you have a lot of pressure on the b5 pawn, but you go b4, take, and now you capture with the rook, not the pawn, very important. Rook takes, pawn takes, and now maybe knight b1, so you can reroute the knight. I got maybe it doesn't make any difference because it's all the same. c1. And now we'd go into this position where there's pawns on only one side of the board, and maybe after g3, this pawn on b4 is going to get captured eventually. This is actually so fascinating. Pawn to b4, stopping Gukesh's plans to advance his pawn to b4 himself. Magnus is like, I'll play b4 before you can play b4. See what I did there? Alright. After pawn a5, if you go pawn b4, I assume Gukesh was thinking you just take on b3, I take on b3, and I will be able to get a lot of activity with rc to d8. But the problem is this doesn't work as a it works. I'm assuming this was the first thing Gukesh was looking at, and why. Like, he definitely saw b4 as a move, but I think he thought white was much slower here. But the thing, because if you capture this pawn, you're losing on the spot. But the thing is, white doesn't have to capture this pawn immediately. And instead, he can go king to d2, and now this pawn is going to fall very, very quickly. You have to go b4 to save it, but you only save it temporarily. And white's just up an extra pawn for no reason. So now Gukesh is I think, a little thrown off by b4. Now, whether that will be enough to being thrown off, I think happens decently often over a chess game. Not too often, but when you're thrown off and your opponent plays a move you didn't expect them to play or they thought you couldn't, that's kind of like the first step towards things going wrong in a lot of instances, right? If we overlook something, it can be the first step towards going wrong. But again, let's put some respect on the man's name. All right, Gukesh, world chess champion for a reason. All right. If I was black, I would think black is worse, but for Engine, it's equal. Well, you also have to keep in mind the end game is still, while activity and development may not play as big of a factor because it doesn't involve checkmate, activity is still a factor here. And while black does have a lot of permanent weaknesses in his position, worst pawn on structure on the king side, isolated d pawn, he also has a much more active position in terms of his rook placement. You could also argue he has the safer king. White's king could be subject to tactics as well. And this pawn on e3 for white isn't really the strongest in the world at the moment. So there could be some chances for Magnus to play on here, but we'll see how it goes. As that line is playing out just how we talked about, let's go ahead and pop it over to Hikaru going up against Fabiano here. All right, both players at 98.2% accuracy for the game. We have played 45 moves, and both players are at 98.2% accuracy. I looked it up a while ago. When I was doing this thing, I was trying to figure out who was the strongest chess player, like, of all time. Not like who's the greatest chess player of all time. I mean, literally, who is the strongest chess player of all time? Who doesn't make mistakes? I'll give you three guesses on who the strongest chess player of all time is according to computers. It was Magnus. It was Magnus. Uh, on average, Magnus, if you're talking about just classical chess games, on average he blunders about uh, once every true blunders once every 4,000 moves, which that's that's ridiculous. Although that line of thinking was, or the way I would use it wasn't. What am I trying to say? That wasn't like the definitive. This is the strongest chess player of all time. It was just showcasing who blunders the least, and partially due to his playstyle, and partially due to he's Magnus. Magnus blunders the least. Appreciate the follow, Jaden Burns. Shout out. He said on the Rogan podcast that if he started cheating, there wouldn't be a significant difference. No, if he started cheating, there would be a significant difference. But if he were to start cheating, no one would know. Like, literally no one would know. But that also kind of applies for basically every player at this level of the game, which is why he said that. He wasn't saying, hey, if I were to cheat, like, it wouldn't help me that much. It would. He was saying the problem with cheating in chess isn't what everyone or what the casual person might think, right? When you have online cheating, it's someone who like uses a computer to help them for every move, tell them the answer or solution. These guys are at a level of the game, they don't need that. They don't need a computer telling them the best move every single time. All they need is for someone during the event, although they could also have a computer to cheat, right? But literally all they need would for someone at the event during a critical point of the game, a spectator to just like cough super loudly, give them some kind of sign or signal that there's a critical move in the position, that there's a winning move in the position, and the players at this level of the game, if they know there's a winning move, they'll find it. But you don't know, right? You aren't playing the game with an evaluation bar. You can't see everything. But if there's a winning move and they know there's a winning move, they'll find it. So the level of the game and the mastery of the game they have is at such a high and extreme level that cheating doesn't have to necessarily be super obvious like a lot of people think it was. And that was the point Magnus was making, was that if he were to start cheating, there'd be no way for anyone to know. Because I was also wondering about knight to d1 in this position, but if you go knight to d1, rook takes d4, so that's no bueno. Magnus kinda in some trouble? I guess not. King f or d2, perfectly safe. Rook b2, king d3, but then rook takes g2 is just a draw. And maybe Magnus was hoping for king f2, rook b2, and then knight e2. And then everything is protected, right? But the problem is rook c8. And let's say I take this pawn. How do you make progress? You can, like, if you're white here, you have to just move your rook back and forth for the rest of the game. Or here. Maybe if you can swindle a rook here. So it's not, okay, it's not a complete draw yet. All right. This is also, I don't know if I highlighted this before, but it's very rare that you see en passant being like an excellent move, so I just had to go ahead and point that out. En passant was the only way for black to keep this thing even. Nice find by Gukesh. All right. And we do get king to d2. And now this has to be a draw, right? This has to be a draw. Hikaru won? Hikaru did not win. Oh, you were asking with a question mark. No, I think this is going to be a draw. But, I mean, look at the time situation. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Can you check out the women's games? Let's see. Yeah, we can check out the women's games real quick. I think the Magnus Gukesh game is going to be entering a critical point in a few minutes, so we should go ahead and check out the other games that the women are playing before we do that. Anna's game, she was in a very complex position earlier. Again, she had this win, which is so hard to find. I mean, Queen f5 is just one of those moves that I don't understand how you can even come up with it. You're hitting the pawn, and it looks like you just give up the pawn, but then bishop c2, disgusting, right? And you're threatening checkmate. You have to stop it with either g6, winning a bishop, or d3, and you have to give up the rook. Very hard to see, though. So the game continued. White's still up a pawn from the initial opening, but I don't know if Anna's going to be able to... Maybe rook ec1? No, it's too slow. White is ever so slightly better. Rooks belong behind pass pawns, so at some point rook d1's got to happen. But the problem is it's just a minefield for this pawn to try and get through everything. Every square except d6 is just so heavily defended. We'll see if Anna can clutch anything out here. She's definitely going to be pressing on, but you can tell she's been trying to press on for a fat minute here. That's why the time differential is so bad. And then we had Ju and June tying, or tying, what? Drawing against, good gosh, I can't pronounce that name. Lee. Someone help me out with the name pronunciations. I've seen her name like 500 times and I forget how to pronounce it. I don't want to butcher anything too badly. But this game, a very nice draw from start to finish. Alright. After. I called this line a while ago, but after Queen A8, Knight F5, it was basically going to be a draw no matter what, because even though white is temporarily up a piece, actually they weren't even just up a piece, okay. All roads led to Rome, but yeah, let's go for draw by repetition, nothing to be done here. And then Vasali had this beautiful knight on d5. I don't know how white it... This is a draw? I was about to say, I don't know how white is supposed to hold this long term, because I feel like with pawns on only one side of the chessboard, if you can trade the queens off and get this to a rook and knight versus rook and pawn or rook and bishop in game, I feel like black should just be able to win this. No? Maybe maybe you can't force the queens off for each other though. What if I go queen a4? Computer says you can just take and then bishop d4 and there's no way for black to pierce this position. Seriously? There's no rook a2? Rook a2, you don't defend the pawn, you just go after black's pawns. Okay, that makes more sense. And the problem is, let's say I bring my king over. There will eventually just be rook b7 to kick the king out, and then you just attack this pawn again. And black is always going to be a little bit better because there's only pawns on one side of the chessboard here. But I don't know if it's going to be enough for George W. Alright, we gotta monitor the Armageddon for Zhu and Jun and Lee. Darn it, I need to figure out how to pronounce that name. Alright, let's go back and check out where Magnus and Gukesh are. Wait, what happened? No. Let's also see the Fabiano game. Fabiano and Hikaru. Again, I think this should be a draw. I think it's a draw. Hikaru's played this game phenomenally. 98.6% accuracy and up 20 minutes on the clock. Literally shows he played this game perfectly as black. And Fabiano, to his credit, no blunders either. We're seeing all the chess players at their absolute best. They're as fresh as can humanly be. And in the Magnus game, after Magnus played king to d3, again, in an in-game, one of the most important things, although also it just defends the pawn on e3, you do not, if you're newer to the game of chess, one of the worst mistakes you can ever make in an in-game, as you see the evaluation bar plummet, is to let your king be pinned to the first rank in the in-game by a rook, because it just becomes so inactive. There could be threats against your king as well, so just something for newer players to avoid. Never put your king on the back rank. We're also live on Twitch over at General Zod Chess if you want to check out the stream with a wider view. Alright, shout out, baby. After rook takes a5, Magnus is threatening to take the pawn on d5 with his knight. So rook to g3. A lot of times in chess, the best offense is a good defense. Instead of going and instead of doing nothing but going after your opponent's pawns, or I'm sorry, instead of defending against your opponent's pawns, a lot of times it's better to go after the weaknesses in your opponent's position. That's why we do our best to make sure there aren't any weak pawns or any easy way for our opponents to attack the pawns, because if there is an easy way, then a lot of times the solution for our opponents is simply go on offense rather than defense. Because when you go on defense in chess, usually, not every time, but usually you might have to put your piece in an awkward or unconventional square, and that might slow down your plans for the future. But if you're going on offense, that usually means you're placing your piece on an active square in your opponent's territory that is taking space or taking squares. So that's why usually the best offense is a good defense, rather than finding some new ways to respond to your opponents. Are you close to being a grandmaster? I still have a long, long ways to go before that. Uh, Although I am gonna try and grind for my first chess title this summer, but that would be National Master. Hillary has 22 minutes and Fabiano has 30 seconds. It's always mad funny whenever people spell Hikaru for some reason. It like autocorrects to Hillary on certain devices. Or there could just be a lot of people with some Hillary sweethearts out there on their phones. Hello, what it do, Calicarizu? Why are the colors on the board different to the pieces besides the player's name? Because chess.com is lazy and they don't have the glass theme pieces as the. I'm using a custom board in theme, but when pieces are captured, it just displays the classic white and black, you know? Appreciate the TikTok Callan Ford, appreciate the chatting popcorn, shout out from Saki, appreciate the Rose Ugslu. It looks like Fabi is content to just move his king back and forth, right? I mean, I assume that's what he's doing. There's no. I don't see any future for his king over here. There's no knight sack. This knight can't move. If this knight moves, I think white loses. So the knight can't move. If this bishop moves, the bishop can move like here, here, and here. Okay, the bishop can move. But I think if white moves this knight, he's losing. Oh, is white playing for a win? No, 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 no. Well, he is not. He is not. If this knight ever uh, moves, then knight e4 comes crashing down, and Hikaru would win this game. 37 moves into the game, both players playing at 98.3% accuracy. That's actually crazy that they're at the same exact accuracy. Zod, what's your FIDE rating? I don't have a FIDE rating. My USCF has been 2100 since I was like 14. I stopped playing over the board chess when I was like 15 or 16 because I started playing ice hockey. Would eventually go to college to play ice hockey. Tis what the picture behind me is from when I was at nationals. Ugh, for my team. We didn't do anything there though. That's right. Zod hopes you had the time of your life. The time of your life. I had to go to the bathroom. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. Zod hopes you have the time of your life. Zod, if you were playing the Fabiano versus Hikaru position against the computer, would you be able to draw it? Let's see. If I was playing this position against Stockfish, um, if I'm the Hikaru side, I could draw this easily. If I'm the Fabi side, I don't know. I feel like Stockfish might be able to do something. I feel like if I was Fabi playing, if I had white here playing against Stockfish, I would lose. But if I had black, I would draw. But in the end is right. I mean, we could always test it out. Oops, I didn't mean to share it. And in the end is right. Life. Cap, you'd lose. People are like, well, you're playing against 3,200 rated Stockfish, you lose. Yeah, but 3,200 rated Stockfish wouldn't be in this position against me. That's what you got to understand. There are certain chess positions, like, there's something. If Hikaru wanted to draw this game right now, he would just go knight to d4, and it's a draw. Like, there's nothing white would be able to do to break through. Hikaru's up on time, and he has the better position, so he's playing on for a win. But if you needed to seal this up and draw, you can. It's quite easy. People are like, oh, Magnus lost. You aren't going to clickbait me, alright? I might start banning people who start lying about that, because I'm dealing with like 900 different things. And I see people saying, oh, Magnus just lost. Magnus lost. You're not funny, alright? Appreciate the 2 tiny dinies, King Anubis. Appreciate the rose. Shout out. If anything, Magnus might be pushing on for a win here. Although, I don't know. At the same time, after pawn to e4, or if he plays pawn to e5, that is, Gukesh might be able to, let's see, h4. Apparently, e5 is useless. If you go e5, knight h5, and black just invests everything into the h-pawn, and it's enough to draw the game. So, for example, if you were to ignore him and play e6, this loses, well, knight f4 and lose the game pretty quickly. But, if you were to try and line your rook up to go rook e1 and then e6, for example, black goes knight f4, and you can't go rook e1 because of the fork. So, I don't know. You don't have time for this. This is not nearly fast enough because you're going to lose on the spot. In the actual game, Gukesh captured, and I don't know. It looks like they've somehow managed to play the exact same game, because look at this. We have the exact same setup. 2 protected pass pawns and a knight and a rook. It's crazy. The only difference is Magnus has 2 centralized pawns which control more space, but obviously when there's only a total of 6 chess pieces left on the board, space isn't that valuable, you know? But in the end it's right. I hope you have the time of your life. Please tell them to move faster. Yes, I will make sure to tell them to move faster, because Sheerish FX on TikTok wants them to. And I'm sure they will listen, alright? Are you kidding me? Magnus is on the defending side. Gukesh is pushing here. To me, it seems like Magnus is pushing. I don't think Gukesh is pushing. I think Magnus is pushing. Also, if you just take the context of who everyone is, what the players are, and their history, it definitely seems like Magnus is pushing. Let's review. Gukesh relies heavily on calculation in order to figure out what to do. Relying on calculation costs you time. If we look at the amount of time left on the ticker, not a great amount. Do the players make time control? Is there a second time control here? And, again, the world's greatest in-game player of all time, Magnus Carlsen. He plays off of intuition. It favors him here because he kind of instinctively knows what to do without having to think about it. Now again, could go either way. Computer takes one look at this position and says, you both got a whole lot of nothing. It's a draw. Are you better than Levy? Levy is an international master, so I think saying you're better than an international master when you are one is incredibly disrespectful to the amount of work and effort it takes to acquire that title, you know? So I definitely would not say that. Although if we were to play each other in like some bullet or blitz or rapid games, I think it would be a good match. You know, I wouldn't bet against myself. It's more just you got to have respect for the amount of work needed to acquire those titles, you know? Pawn to h4, Gukesh says, you got nothing on me, time for me to start pushing P. I expect Magnus to do the same, not just start pushing P, but start pushing P forcefully with pawn to e5, and there shouldn't, if I go for pawn to e5, oh, I can play h3, and that's, okay, okay. If you go anywhere else, white might have a very slight edge, but you can just ignore everything. I use this tactic a lot in rapid games I play as a winning idea. I will have a pass pawn in a lot of scenarios or situations, and my opponents will not directly attack the pass pawn. They will instead attack one of my pieces, right? And in an in-game where you don't have much material left, you instinctively think, oh, my knight is under attack, I can't lose my knight. But a pass pawn one square away from becoming a queen is considered to be worth 5 points in chess, or is worth as much as a rook. A lot of grandmasters think it's worth more than a rook, but because it's only 1 square away from becoming 9 points of material. Well, technically 8, because it's 9 minus 1, because the pawn disappeared. Anyway, you can sacrifice your pawn to try and create a queen a lot of times, and you can use it as a winning strategy. Now here, it's not a winning strategy. I think f7 and black's winning. Apparently this is a draw. Apparently it's just a draw. There's no win for either side. Although king c5 is the only losing move. My bad. You have to go king c2. Oh yeah, actually, Dedoy, if I go, yeah, you just get this, right? I should see that. But I thought, oh yeah, the rook hangs. Whoops. Okay. Okay, so h4, e5, and now Gukesh with a buck 12 on the ticker. Come on, Gukesh, I want to see pawn h3. All right, this is the world chess champion, the grandmaster of calculation himself. I want to see pawn h3. I don't expect to see any other move. Good, Gukesh. Oh, baby. All right, look at that. Kid has nerves of steel. Going up against Magnus Carlsen. He knows the world is watching. All right, he's like the world champion. Everyone's out to get him. And he's like, I'll hang a knight with a minute left on my clock because I know it's the right thing to do. Oh, baby. Alright, that's a gorgeous, gorgeous find from Gukesh. It's very, very, very easy for me to sit here and say, oh, pawn h3 looks playable or cool. I'm not playing with hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. Or, is the prize over or under 100? I don't know. But you get what I'm saying. Like, the world isn't watching. The pressure isn't on. I'm not playing against the greatest player, maybe of all time, right? If, at the very worst, he's top 3, you know, depending on who you ask, right? The internet nowadays is like, oh, he's the GOAT, no matter what. Don't know who Gary Chess is. Disrespectful. Also that Bobby guy, but... Now it's a very, 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 very interesting question for Magnus. Do you capture here? Are we going to see an Armageddon between Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen? Or are we going to get a decisive result? You could back out. You don't have to take the knight. You could play like rook a1, right? Try and stop the pass pawn. You don't have to take it. It looks like it just wins on the spot, but again, you just keep pushing P, and now white can't stop you. If you go rook to a1, rook to g1 stops it all off. And maybe this is the idea that Magnus is considering right now. Rook to a1, rook to g1, pawn to f7, but then you have rook takes out a1, queen, queen, and there's nothing here but a draw for both sides, so this doesn't work. So maybe rook a1, h2, takes, rook g1. You can't take because you just lose. Yeah, no, this doesn't work. I don't like this line at all. So rook a1 is no good. Maybe knight e2, but that's also, let's see, knight e2. Oh, this does not work. Knight g4. My bad. I missed knight g4. Because there's no way to stop the knight from getting to f2. Like, you can try, but knight f2 no matter what. Can't go king e3 because the knight covered the square. And if you take, queen. If you don't take, queen anyway. Oh, this is a tricky game. Alright, technically it's a draw, but there's still traps hidden, lurking on both sides of the board, chat. Appreciate the follow, Dozy J_H. Can you bet on chess? Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure. Yes, I was ignoring chat right now. Listen, I'm not trying to ignore chat, alright? I'm just Nessie the locked in monster. I don't know. If I was Magnus, I would capture on f6. I would capture on f6 and force Gukesh to play pawn to h2. But I don't know if it's gonna be enough. All right. We're also live on Twitch over at General Zod Chess. If you guys want to check out the stream with a wider view. I don't know. After pawn h3, Magnus is gonna be in time trouble if he doesn't step on the gas here. He might be looking at this line. You take on f6. You go h2, queen, queen, rook g3, bring the rook in. King c4 loses because of queen c5, or queen c6 picks up the knight on c3, right? This doesn't work because it hangs the rook, alright? Oh, he captures the knight, and Gukesh pushes P! Oh, baby Gukesh, nerves of steel on this kid. This is why Gukesh is the world champion. I do think there are probably players with the exceptional talented ability like Gukesh shares that of his ability to like calculate positions, but it's his calculation combined with his calmness, the presence of mind to always look for the best move on the board no matter the situation, that enables him to like bring that calculation to the maximum. Oh, okay. I love rook g3. I love rook g3 because now it's the same line as what I was talking about before, but king to c4 is still a blunder here, right? Just like the last line, because if you go king c4, then after white queens, there's this queen to c6 move, and black is going to be pushing on for a win. So Magnus obviously probably sees this, goes king to d2, plays it very safe and smart, and it's looking like we're going to be heading to an Armageddon winner takes all here between Magnus and Gukesh. Alright, and real quick, before that game reaches conclusion, we have Fabiano finally with a blunder against Hikaru here, as Hikaru's knights, D's knights, are mobilizing in extreme fashion. Oh baby, I can already hear Hikaru on his recap saying, and D's knights are about to come into the position, and he's not lying. D's knights are about to absolutely annihilate Fabiano's position. Knight to e4, and now the only way to save this pawn is to capture on e4 with the bishop, and this loses on the spot. I mean, this game would be over ASAP no Rocky if you traded the bishop. Alright, I could beat Stockfish here with my eyes closed, because all you have to do in this scenario is plant a knight on f5, and then you just walk your king in. For example, it looks like you can keep the black king out, but I just wait. All I have to do is wait, and you're in Zugzwang, which means every single move you have in this position is going to lose. Every single one of them. If you move the king any square, one of these two pawns is going to be hanging, either e3 or g3, and if you move the b pawn, obviously I take, so your only other option is to move the horsey. But now, no matter where you move the knight, the king is going to come in. And oh baby, Hikaru, out of left field Hikaru in rare form, chat, alright? With a brilliant game against Fabiano. So we gotta monitor that. Oh, no! What happened? No! Queen h6? Why would you do that? Why would you play queen h6? What? What is queen h6? What is that? What was Gukesh seeing here? What? Queen b... Okay, never mind. Now I see it. Okay, he wants queen b6. Okay. Okay, now it makes more sense. Oh, there's only, oh my goodness, you can bury the king in the corner of the board. One of the greatest defensive moves, and I see it so often at the Grandmaster level. It never happens in any of my games. I can think of like 3 of my games that I've played out of the hundreds on stream I've had, where the winning idea, you will see this every once in a blue moon in chess, and it's always so pretty when it happens, is that the winning move is to just stash your king in the corner of the board, and you hide, and there's nothing your ops can do about it. You go king to a1 or king to a2 here, and it's winning. But Magnus is only 20 seconds left. He's only a human. Can he get this? I mean, he finds it, king a2. Oh, baby. But now rook g2. And if you go rook g2, king a3, oh my goodness, you can walk the king out of the harm's way. This is insane. There is absolutely no way on God's green earth this was like premeditated. No shot. This is just what the chessboard is happening to devolve into. Queen to b2 on the chessboard, king to a4, and somehow, someway, Magnus' king is going to escape. Gukesh thought he had him in a checkmating pattern. It's over. Queen h6, king g6, and all you have to do is go rook a6. I think there's forced mate on the board here. Queen h8, king g6, rook a6, and this king is mated. The computer says there's force mate in 20 here. I don't know about all that, but it is unstoppable because you can't not lose the rook on g2. There's no way to not lose the rook. You go king to e4, queen a8, skewer. King to g5 or g4, queen takes g7, skewer. Oh no. Wait, 9 seconds for Magnus. You better figure this out. Oh, okay. King f5. Queen f8 wins on the spot. You need one move, but there's only one winning move. Queen f8 wins everything effortlessly. King to e4. Gukesh gonna play king to e4 because every other move loses instantly. But queen a8 sums the game up. I think Gukesh is about to resign as Magnus is about to take a brilliant game one here, unless there's perpetual checks. Oh no, queen a8 doesn't work! If you go queen a8, you just take on d4, and you can't capture this rook without perpetual check. There's only one winning move for Magnus! Oh, with 15 seconds left! Oh, that is a thing of beauty! Ay, ay, ay! And the only squares you can go to for the king, everything loses here for black. Everything loses. Rook e6 with 5 seconds left on the clock. Magnus finds the key move. Because of course he does. And Magnus takes the game over Gukesh in absolutely stylistic fashion. Oh, baby. Alright? The critical blunder for Gukesh. And I mean, it's such a... And keep in mind, though, I called this, all right? Not to break my arm patting myself on the back here, but remember, when they were in this position, I said Gukesh is the kind of player that relies on calculation, and when you're low on time, you don't have enough time to calculate everything. Magnus is the kind of player that relies on intuition. This game was a complete draw. It was a gorgeous knight sacrifice by Gukesh in order to seal the deal, but after queen to h1 here, queen to f8, all Gukesh had to do was play rook to g2, and this game is a done deal, and we go to an Armageddon. Rook to g2, king to d3, and you just repeat everything, because as we know, the king cannot go to c4. He can stay on c2 or d2, but the second he goes to c4, queen c4, and you're going to win this knight on the next move with check. So the king would have been forced to stay to d2. You could try going to c2, but then you just harass him with checks here. And if you ever try to go to b3, queen to d5 is the key move to ensure the perpetual check. And now there's no way for Magnus to advance the position because you just keep going back and forth. Right? If the king ever runs to a3, you capture the knight with check. In the actual game, Gukesh played queen to h6, which looks like the exact same thing, but the difference is now after king to c2, queen g6, king b2, queen to b6, king to a2. Now, unlike that other line that I was just showing you, when you capture this knight, you don't take with check. And so, as Gukesh found out, he had to give Magnus the move. Rook to a2, queen to b2, king to a4, queen takes c3, and now once again you can't capture the knight with check, and because of that you give Magnus the most powerful tool you can give the world's greatest chess player, which is the next move. You give Magnus Carlsen the next move, and now Magnus is able to start harassing you with checks. And I'm going to go ahead and say that in this position, Gukesh probably saw everything up to this point. He probably saw queen f8 and king to e4. And then he saw queen to a8, and after, it looks like a skewer, because after the king moves on the next move, king takes d4, you just pick up the rook. But the problem is you just go queen to c4, and there's no way for white to escape perpetual check without giving up the rook, right? If you go king back to a5, it's just check and check non-stop. But Magnus, with only 5 seconds left on his clock here, spotted the winning move rook to e6, and this wins on the spot. It ends the game instantly. Gukesh resigned here because if you try king to d3, queen to f3 hits the king and the rook at the same time, and now there's no way for you to survive the position, right? You can either move your king into the pathway of the oncoming queen takes g2 with check, or you can go king to c4, and then rook to c6 is going to pick up the queen, right? So if you try king to d5, this just ends the game faster, right? Or wait, queen to e4, yeah, queen to e4, and this is faster for checkmate. So the only other option you have here is taking the pawn. This just looks losing. And then rook to e4, GG, all she wrote. Alright, a gorgeous, gorgeous conversion by Magnus, and kind of the differences between the two players was well shown there, as both players played that game phenomenally well. I mean, literally, they played that picture perfect. Shout out Anna Kendrick. They couldn't have played it any better, but then it boiled down to the last couple moments of the game where you saw the experience and the intuition of Magnus Carlsen was superior to the calculation technique of Gukesh, because Gukesh didn't have any time. We got Marshall dropping a galaxy on the stream. Shout out, baby. I appreciate the support. This is the big commentary. I appreciate it, babyface. All right. And then, I accidentally clicked on round 2. All right. It's the only round. Oh, wait. I got to check the women's games as well. Oh, wait, we still have one game. Oh, we have an Armageddon! Anna's up in Armageddon versus Sarah Kadim from... Also, shout out Sarah, international master from Spain, very strong player. Black is down a pawn in this endgame, and keep in mind, it's Armageddon, do or die. Black only needs a draw in order to secure a victory here, which sounds kind of reverse, but I love king to h3. I love that as a move. King h3, the only way for black to, or for white to keep the advantage up here, outside of apparently the computer move pawn to b4. All right, I was going to analyze it, but now we have a queen and pawn in game, and white is up an extra pawn here, and the reason Anna chose to go into this as she's a grandmaster, so there's no doubt in my mind she knows about the in-game hierarchy, and this is one of the concepts of chess that I didn't learn about actually until very recently, and I believe there's probably a lot of very, very strong players out there who have also never heard of the in-game hierarchy. The in-game hierarchy basically is a list of possible in-game setups that you can have, where they rank it from the easiest to convert into a win into the hardest, or the least likely to be a win, or most likely to be a draw. We got Toby. Hold up, we got Toby Danafelt with 3 game controllers. Shout out, baby. I appreciate the support. The in-game hierarchy, now, you have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, because it is dependent on the structure of the pawn structure, the position, king safety. There's all these outside factors, but generally speaking, there are certain endgames that are more likely to result in a win, and there are other in-games that are more likely to result in a draw. The in-game hierarchy at the top of the list, it's obviously king and pawn versus king and pawn. The in-game that you are most likely to win with your up a pawn is just nothing but kings on the board. After it's kings on the board, then it's knight versus knight while you're up an extra pawn. That's the second easiest in-game to convert into a win. Third is actually queen versus queen, which I think when you're starting out in chess, you assume queen and pawn in games are really drawish. I don't know if everyone makes that assumption. Everyone's different because the threat of perpetual check and all that is very strong. But in actuality, queen and pawn in games are the third easiest to convert into a win if you're up a pawn. Fourth is bishop versus knight, and then fifth is knight versus bishop. And then, or I'm sorry, fifth is bishop versus knight, and then it goes king versus king, that's number one, knight versus knight, that's number two, and then it goes queen versus queen, that's number three, and then it goes same color bishops versus each other, and then it's bishop versus knight coming in number 5. Number 6 is knight versus bishop, and then you're starting to enter the range of in games that are always draws, and that would be number 7 is the rook in games. They're the second most drawish in games in chess, behind only opposite color bishop in games. So you learn that in game hierarchy, and then if you're the winning side, you try and avoid going into opposite color bishop in games or rook in games, and you try and go into like the knight in games or queen versus pawn in games. So that's what Anna tried here. The problem is queen and pawn in games can be a draw if there's no king safety for you, because white has the extra pawn here and is going to strive to make a passed pawn, and they should be able to do that. I don't think black can stop them. I think you just go b5. I think b5. Oh, b5 was winning. b5 is the kind of move. I spotted b5 because b5, the idea is if you take this pawn, queen and pawn in games material. Oh, never mind. Oh, you have to go queen b2 first. Yeah. You go queen b2 and then you push. This is the idea. Queen and pawn in games, material count doesn't matter. It's all about push and p. Whoever has a pass pawn, whoever's pass pawn is faster, usually dictates who the winner is going to be in the game. And the reason this in-game might be tricky for Anna to convert here, and to Sara's credit, is there's no real king safety for the white queen, or for the white king, and because there's no real king safety, that means that black is going to be able to throw out a lot of perpetual check threats. Pawn to g5, allowed queen to e5, but I don't know the follow-up. Even I talking like I should be able to get what these grandmasters are doing. But pawn to f6 here, queen to d5, centralizing the queen, and you have to see that there's no perpetual checks in the position. It's not easy to see, and keep in mind black only needs a draw to win this position. Queen to b2. What a nice find by Anna. Very nice conversion. In order to keep this game going, black had to find the move queen to c3. She has to dominate the h8 through a1 diagonal. The second that diagonal belongs to white, the game ends on the spot, and we see Sara resign, because no matter where you move the king, let's say pawn f6, you just keep pushing p, and it's unstoppable. Technically speaking, you can stop it. You can put your queen behind it, but queens are the worst blockader of a pass pawn in chess. If you have to blockade a pass pawn with your queen, or if you have to blockade a pawn with your queen at all, chances are you are significantly worse in the position, or if you aren't significantly worse, you should be on alert to be worse, because queen b6 and queen c8 is unstoppable. Basically, if you have the most powerful attacker in chess and she's stuck preventing a single point of material from advancing, it's a pretty mundane task, So you don't want to let your queen be blockaded here. All right. I believe, yeah, that was the last game of the round. All right. So let's go ahead and do a quick recap. Of the games in the round. All right, round 2 is going to be tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. Be on the lookout for that. we're going to be live streaming. I'm going to be playing Rated Rapid, and we're going to be doing some viewer tournaments later on stream today, so be on the lookout for that as well. All right. In the Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen game, I thought Gukesh, this shows kind of who Gukesh is as a player, because I thought in the opening battle of the game, Gukesh won. He was able to achieve a really, really nice and comfortable position very early on, and he equalized almost from the jump here against Magnus, right? Magnus tried to drum up some counterplay by not castling his king, because once you castle your king, right, just to illustrate, the problem is now your rook is on the F file and he can no longer come over to the H file. The advantages and the, well, not the advantages, the strengths for Magnus is that he has a lot of material close to his opponent's king, and his opponent's greatest defender is on the other side of the board. So Magnus wants to start playing against that by bringing even more firepower, throwing more fuel into the fire with H4, eventually preparing to lift the rook with rook H3. And now after queen to A4, knight to E5, we had a bunch of exchanges in the center of the board, and after queen to A6, this was when the game I thought might get interesting. Magnus didn't want to trade queens, went queen F3. You don't go queen G4 because of knight F6, right? So both players are playing pretty logically. It's very accurate play, but it's not like they're launching like a bunch of attacks at each other and there's all these difficult, complicated tactics that both sides have to sort and figure out. There's basically two plans for the position, right? And neither side has some kind of overwhelming, almost instantly winning plan. Gukesh's plan's obviously a lot slower because they don't involve checkmate, and Magnus wanted to go ahead and, go for checkmate, at least to try and drum up some more weaknesses against his opponent's king. Gukesh trading off pieces of equal value here, and then making this nice E5 break. This just goes to show you how strong Gukesh calculation is. It looks like it's giving up a pawn here, but after you take on E5, then you play queen to G6, hitting the knight. You go pawn to G4, protecting the knight, and then you have this crazy move rook to E8, going after the pawn on E5. And it looks like it just gives up two pawns because rook takes D5, but then knight takes E5 is threatening knight takes G4, and it's threatening a fork on D3, a royal fork also hitting the pawn on B2. No way to save everything. It looks like you just gave up a knight, but queen to B1 with a gorgeous tactic against the uncastled king, which goes to highlight some of the dangers of not having your king castled. And Magnus doesn't take the pawn here, instead tries to play an endgame where he feels he's going to have a lot of permanent weaknesses to play against with Gukesh. And Gukesh, to his credit, plays this endgame phenomenally well. I mean, basically flawlessly until the critical point of the game, where we kind of see the weaknesses of Gukesh, which there aren't many, because, he's world champion for a reason, right? But there are some weaknesses to his game, and we do see that at the end of the game here. After pawn to A5, I mean, also the kid's 19 years old. Give him time, right? Give him time. Pawn to B4, en passant. Rook takes B3, and now Magnus' only actual mistake of the game was not trading the rooks off for each other. After rook to A3, Gukesh gets a lot of pressure in the position, rook to B2, and the pawn on A5 was always going to fall, but the problem is there was no way for Magnus to save both of these two pawns, as Gukesh, in exchange for sacrificing these worse pawn structure, right? It's not that he only has a worse pawn structure and there's no benefit for his position. In exchange for having these two weak isolated pawns, he has the much more active rooks, and he plays, to his credit, he plays to that advantage brilliantly, activating the rook, targeting the weak points in Magnus' position, doing so again, and Magnus, in order to improve his position, not let Gukesh overrun it, has to give the pawn back. And instead of defending the pawn here, again, I say this all the time, but the best defense in chess is usually good offense. Instead of reacting to your opponent's threats, you look to create your own threats of equal or significant I was going to say value. I don't know if value is right. Equal or significant importance. I was about to say threatening. All right. After rook f to a1, it's still a draw, and again, Gukesh, gorgeous game, phenomenally played on his part. Understands that Magnus is eventually going to be able to win this pawn, so what do? You don't react to his threats, you start pushing p, and Magnus knows that as long as there are 2 rooks on the board, and this applies to basically every endgame, if you find yourself in an endgame where you're trying to play on for a win, if you want to win, you have to trade off 1 pair of rooks. If you trade off both pair of rooks, it usually becomes too drawish. You need to be able to like sling pieces across the board for attacks and defense. But if you have 2 rooks on the chessboard, they're just far too strong of a defensive resource. It's kind of like a queen, where you have to be worried about checkmating threats, too many things are under attack. So Magnus trades off 1 pair of rooks, keeps the other on the board, slams through the center of the chessboard, and now we're approaching the critical juncture of the game. Brilliant bit of calculation here from Gukesh, playing pawn to h5. It looks like white is going to be faster with the double connected pass pawns, because not only are they centralized, but they're just roaring down the board, and now you have to move the knight or else you're going to lose a knight. And this is the gorgeous, gorgeous calculation of Gukesh, even in time pressure, finding pawn to h3, ignoring the knight being under attack, and continuing to push p, because he knows that if he gets a queen, he'll queen first, right? If you move the knight out of the way, and this is very important, time becomes a very, very important concept in games where there's a passed pawn on the board. If you were to continue, or if you were to move your knight out of the way with like knight to g8, now white is going to be in the driver's seat because he's only 2 squares away. The importance and the reason, the end goal of the end game is to get a secondary queen. It is not to hold on to all of your material, right? The end goal is to get a queen because you need a new queen in order for checkmate, and Gukesh recognizes that perfectly here with pawn to h3. After Magnus captures on f6, you don't want to capture back on f6 because now you're going to be too slow, as white can play knight to e4, rook to a1, and he's going to be in plenty of time to stop the passed pawn. So instead, Gukesh continues pushing p, the right thing to do, f7, and now I love this move, rook to g3 as well by Gukesh, because the reason this is a draw is after queen and queen, black can just play rook to g3, and the white king is forced to the 2nd rank of the chessboard. If he goes to the 4th rank, you have queen to c6. And the only legal moves for the white king outside of blocking with the queen, but then the rook is loose, is to go king to b4 or king to b3, and then the black queen is going to capture the knight with check. So it's in time pressure, it's a trickier way to play rook to g3 first, because the same thing takes effect here, right? The odds were low, but at least he gave Magnus the chance to mess up, or at least a bigger chance. Obviously, it's Magnus Carlsen, not going to mess up, at least not in that scenario. And now queen to h1, queen to f8, h1 equals queen, f8 equals queen. And now it is a draw here after rook to g2, because the same principle applies. You just keep going back and forth, and if the king ever flees to c4, you just go queen to c6. And if you go knight to e2, now queen to h6 brings everything to roost. You just keep checking back and forth like this. You can never block with the queen because the knight is pinned. So if the queen ever leaves, or if the king ever leaves the protection of the knight, you can keep hounding the king. You don't even have to capture the knight immediately. You can capture the knight eventually and let Magnus get these checks. You're perfectly safe here. But it's hard to see with only 20 seconds on the ticker. Gukesh made the critical mistake of the game, and this is the one weakness in his playstyle that I was talking about. When you calculate literally everything on the chessboard, you rely on calculation, it burns time, and when you have 17 seconds on the clock, you can't calculate everything, and if there's only one thing you miss, it's kind of like a scientific paper. You got to scrap the whole thing and start over. So after king to c2, the reason this loses is because queen g6, king b2, queen to b6, and now the key reason why it's a losing idea is revealed, as Magnus can just play king to a2 or king to a1, and if you capture this knight, now it's just over on the spot because queen to f5. If you play king to h6, you're getting mated in one move. Queen to g6 falls prey to a deflection tactic with rook to h8. Queen takes g6. Gorgeous. If you go g6, then it's made in... how much is this made in? No. Queen f4 first. Don't let the king out. Yeah. Don't let him out. I mean, it's not that either player saw that it was forced mate here, but I think it's very easy to tell. So now at this point, you have to keep checking him, but there's no way to pick up the knight with check. The king is always going to escape, and here, if you were to play queen to c2, you just go king b4, and you're escaping every single day of the week and twice on a Sunday. So Gukesh has to capture the knight here, and a gorgeous finish by Magnus Carlsen. Right, the king is being forced very, very directly here. If you go king g5, I just take. I don't even take the rook, it's just one of those same mates again. So you have to go king to f5, and now queen to f8, and after king to g4, it's the same rook g6, you know, ladder mate. But after king to e4, there is only one move that wins for Magnus Carlsen here, and with only 5 seconds on the ticker, it is not queen to a8. This is a move I think a lot of people would have played, and it only results in a draw by perpetual check, because after you capture the rook, I play queen c4, hitting your rook and your king at the same time, and the only way to stop them is by playing king a5. So this doesn't work, and the only winning move for Magnus is rook to e6, which he found with under 10 seconds on the clock. Again, that's that intuition just kicking in, man. You can't teach that. And Gukesh had to resign on the spot. King to d5, you get mated, or you lose the queen. Take your pick, doesn't really matter. King to d3 allows queen to f3, and now if you go king to c2, I capture the rook with check. And if you go king to c4, good old rook c6. Gorgeous, gorgeous conversion from Magnus, all right? And now let's check out the other decisive game of the day, all right? Absolutely perfect game played here by Hikaru Nakamura. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, people are like, "Oh, Hikaru's getting old. Is he gonna retire? He doesn't have it anymore." I mean, this is world-class stuff from Hikaru. He plays this game almost like too simply, really. Like it almost makes too much sense how he plays the game. Like everything he does here is just so logical. It's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I can get that. Like just from the jump here, you know. And keep in mind, like some of this is theory, so it's not like Hikaru's actively thinking here, but still, it's still gorgeous play. D5, right? Challenge for the center of the board. Hikaru identifies every potential problem in his position, whether it be short or long term, and just eliminates it until there are no weaknesses in his position. Fabi falls into time trouble. And after the exchange on d5 here, we have the pawn structure a little already preset for the game. Hikaru fixes the first problem in his position, development, right? Develops the knights before the bishops. Knights are short-range pieces, got to develop them first. Because you're on defense, the offensive player can develop a bishop as well as a knight. Pawn to e3, pawn to a6, preventing knight b5. And now after knight to f3, Hikaru gets his light square bishop outside of the pawn chain before playing e6, solving another problem that he might have to contend with. But of course, Fabi is Fabi, right? He's a super grandmaster. You got to put some respect on his name as well throughout this entire game. Fabi allows Hikaru to do this because now he has a long-term advantage with the bishop pair. Hikaru plays e6, and now Hikaru is solving yet another problem in the position. Don't let your opponent get the pair of bishops, right? And it looks like Fabi's able to hold on to the bishop pair here, but really he just delays the trading of the bishops. As after bishop g3, bishop d6, Hikaru forces the trade of the dark square bishops. You can't go back because you can just take. So we're seeing Hikaru solve all these problems in his position, and he's able to solve these more mundane problems, right? It's not like he's going for, or it's not like Fabi's threatening a checkmate or anything, because we have a closed or semi-closed center here where you don't have to worry about threats popping up every other move. But to his credit, Fabiano boomerangs his knight from a4 to c5, implanting the horsey on a really nice square. And the players continue maneuvering here. I thought the queen g4, queen d1 maneuver by Fabi to bring his queen to the queen side was really nice. It looks like the queen is scary on the king side, but there's no square for her to like jump to generate any kind of pressure. She has no help, so he reroutes her over to the queen side, and Hikaru just keeps expanding for space. You don't want to take space too quickly because the squares behind you will become weakened, but because he's taken the time to set everything up properly, now he's able to develop. And at this point, the position is more or less equal, with neither side really able to break through. But you'll notice that Hikaru has not only solved every problem in his position, but he's done so in a very efficient manner on the clock. Only 59 minutes taken off. Rook to c2 by Fabiano, indicating he wants to double up in the same vein as Hikaru. And now that both sides have doubled up here, it's kind of a standstill of the position. So we see Hikaru just slowly but surely improve his position. Pawn to g6, cutting down this light square bishop's diagonal. And after pawn to h4 by Fabiano, indicating that he might want to reopen the diagonal, Hikaru says, no biggie, let's go king g7. We see the players kind of do some waiting moves, shout out the last undefeated world chess champion as Hikaru pays homage to him by setting up his gun, Ali Ekin's gun with the queen and 2 rooks. That is 19 points of material, ladies and gentlemen, pointed on a singular square. That is a lot of pressure. Alright, this is the effectiveness of Alekine's gun. You want control of a file, you just line up everything, and you're just like, and because of there's so much pressure on the file now, Fabi is forced to play knight to e2. And now typically if you want to win an in-game, as we saw in the Magnus versus Fabiano game, you're going to have to keep the rooks on the board. But because Hikaru's developed such a solid position here, there really isn't much Fabiano can do other than to trade queens into an in-game where Hikaru has just dominated the position. You can see from the evaluation bar, it tells you the position is dead, even with a slight advantage for black. And that is true. Black isn't threatening to win this game by any means, but if you look at the time situation on the ticker, 39 minutes for Hikaru, 7 minutes for Fabiano, the game has been simplified, yes, but there is still some chess game to be played, which means you can't just make random moves and it won't affect the position. You need to still be thinking, be cautious, and so Fabiano only has 7 minutes to do so. Hikaru still has all the time in the world and then some. F5, and when I was younger, I was taught to always put, if my opponent had a light square bishop, right, I was taught to always put my pawns on dark squares. If they have a dark square bishop, I was taught to put my pawns on light squares. The reason you do that is that the bishop will never be able to directly attack the pawns, so you can maneuver freely. However, there's another way to play against the bishop, and you need to have the superior position a lot of times in order to pull it off, but you can also put all of your pawns on the same color square as the bishop. I know that sounds like, basically it means you can like do anything. Oh, the proper way to play against the bishop is to put your pawns in the same color. Actually, it's to put it on the opposite. Technically, you can do either one, but it depends on the position. And here, Hikaru puts all of his pawns on the same color as the bishop, and what that does is, theoretically, if I could teleport my bishop to d7, yes, I could start attacking all these pawns, but because they're on the same color, they start taking away potential squares from the bishop, and it has a lot less room to maneuver in the position. And we see Hikaru just continue to slowly but surely grind down the game until Fabi has less than a minute on the ticker, and now all of a sudden, it's a little dicey. It doesn't look that dicey because Fabiano gets his bishop outside the pawn chain, and now he's threatening like bishop to d7. But Hikaru, with the time advantage, is able to press on, and eventually he's able to just absolutely outmaneuver Fabi because, again, time pressure, in addition to a position where Hikaru knows there is no way he can lose this. He could play on for 50, 100 moves. He could play against, like, 4,500 rated Stockfish or Leela. He's not going to lose this game. There's no way for White to break through here. So, the only way Hikaru could, in theory, lose this game is if he tries to break through and he overextends, overpresses, and there's some mistake, right? So he's able to just slowly but surely take his time here, and you see Fabiano just trying to play waiting moves non-stop, and in this position, he blundered, which to me looks like a very normal looking move, but Hikaru was able to spot knight to e4 in this position. The only move that saved Fabi in this game was king to f2 because it defends the g3 pawn. Now that the g3 pawn is no longer defended, knight to e4, and the only way to save this pawn is to capture on e4 with the bishop, right? Otherwise you're just down a pawn and you're going to lose this game, you know? So after you capture with the bishop, now black captures with the f pawn, and this is gorgeous. All right, knight to c3, knight to f5, implanting the knight, attacking both pawns, and this is the gorgeous part of the game. King to f2, king to b6, and literally every single move on the chessboard loses material, every single one of them. If you move the king, you have 5 moves with the king. King e2 or e1 allows me to capture this pawn, so does king f1. And then king g2 or g1 allows me to capture the e pawn. So we cannot move our king. 5 squares, they all lose a pawn. So that turns to, well, the only pawn move you have. Pawn to b4 obviously loses a pawn, right? Everybody and their mothers can see that one. So it turns to the knight. But the thing is, this knight cannot move because it is keeping the black king at bay. It is protecting the b5 square, and the pawn on c5 ensures that the black king can never legally enter the position. But the problem is, you have to move the knight. Every other move loses material, and now the black king is entering the position, and it is GG, all she wrote. Knight to c5, Fabiano doing his best to fight back here. Again, the best defense is a good offense in chess, right? You can't just sit back and do nothing. But again, Hikaru has him in a non-stop zugzwang cycle. Every move he has loses material, every single one of them. Obviously, if you play knight takes e6, right, the most obvious looking move here for Fabiano, it's way too slow of a move. You have way too fast of a pawn here on the a file. The knight can never come back to stop this pawn. You can try and run the king over. I believe that's too slow, even if it wasn't. You just take on g3, and now black has 2, right? No way to stop both of them. So that's why the pawn on e6 is actually a poison pawn. Fabiano, to his credit, I mean, tries to hold on with knight to b7 and says, aha, if you capture the pawn on b3, I'll take away your passed pawn. No more win condition. Hikaru says, all right, king to c3, and now it's just GG on the spot. The king gets in. There is no way to keep him out. Knight takes e3, knight to b3 for the check, but the last finishing touch on the position by Hikaru. King to c3 here, and now if you capture my knight, I take yours, and I'm going to win this king and pawn in game 10,000 times out of 10,000 because you have no way of breaking through. I'm going to just push through easily with no problems whatsoever. And now after knight to c5, knight back to f5 by Hikaru, a gorgeous conversion of the position. Knight takes e6, trying to hold on as best he can, and Hikaru doesn't capture this pawn. He just goes king to d2, and there is no way of stopping pawn e3, e2, e1 equals queen. The knight has been absolutely shut off from the support of the position. I mean, you can try knight d3 and hope. I don't even know what there is to hope for, but a gorgeous, gorgeous game from Hikaru. All right, 98% accuracy from 78 moves. The man played 78 moves at 98% accuracy. That is insane, and people are like, oh, he might need to retire. Oh my days, that is gross. All right. Round 2 of Norway chess is going to resume tomorrow. We're going to be covering that. Round 2 is going to be at 10 a.m. Central. All right, be on the lookout for that. Oops. We had a real treat today with getting to watch Magnus Carlsen go up against the current world chess champion in Gukesh. And tomorrow we're going to be treated to another very, very, very exciting day of chess with Hikaru going up against Magnus Carlsen. It's going to be at 10 a.m. Central, so be on the lookout for that. All right, we're also going to have Gukesh going up against Arjun, which I'm also very excited to see. It's going to be some very aggressive chess versus pure calculation. All right, also, poor Gukesh. What on earth? You have to play the first 2 games of the turn with the black pieces versus Magnus and Arjun. That is, ugh. I guess being the world champion doesn't give you free, easy pairings, alright? In the meantime, chat, I'm going to take a break, hit a workout, and then we're going to be back live later today, streaming some rapid chess and playing some viewer tournaments, alright? In the meantime, I appreciate the support, alright? We will be live later today, playing some rapid chess, trying to grind our own rating. What are we at right now? Trying to get back up to 2,500 in rapid. My blitz rating has also gotten a little low, so we might need to play a little bit of blitz, try and get the blitz elo up there as well, but it'll probably be mostly rapid. Alright, got to get the rapid rating back up there, 2500, so I'm going to be on the grind for that. In the meantime, I appreciate the support, chat. Shout out. Thank you guys as always. I'll be posting the coverage of, or this stream. Part of the reason why we have to take a break outside of the workout. I'm going to be posting this stream to my YouTube channel over at General Zod Chess, so you guys can check it out there. Alright, I'm not sure why the screen on TikTok just turned black. Alright, we'll be back in about 2.5 hours playing some rapid chess with the viewers. In the meantime, I appreciate the support. Make sure to follow the YouTube and the Twitch channel, General Zod Chess. Turn on the notifications for the live stream so you're notified when we go live next, alright? And as always, to end the stream, when the world is cruel, choose to be kind, baby. I will see you all later today, chat, alright? Until then, have a good one.